Hello, everyone. Welcome to Svelte Summit. How are you all doing? It's finally time.
Hello.
People are very excited in the chat, Brittany. Are you
Welcome,
excited?
everyone. I am very excited for today.
Awesome.
Super excited.
Yeah, those are some really nice earrings, by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
Every
They're-
time, everyone's like, I need those felt earrings.
and maybe there will be some way to get those in the future. Well, we'll
Hopefully
talk about
so.
that later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how have you been since last Svelte Summit?
I have been great. I know, hopefully, our audience has been listening to Svelte Radio. Maybe they've been catching up on some of our stuff, but how have you been?
I'm good. I'm very excited about this.
Yes.
I'm a bit bummed that we didn't get to do this in person this year, but other than that, because last year was amazing.
I
really
know.
liked it.
It
Next
is
year.
amazing.
Next
It's a
year.
lot to plan it, I'm sure, but it is. We miss everyone in person, and hopefully we'll get to do that again in the future. I miss
Yeah.
everyone. I love going in person. We do. I have Svelte his T-shirt too. I know everybody
Yeah.
needs their Svelte flag, but maybe we'll have like all of these. I wish I could get my camera like down where you could see all the stuff, but yeah, maybe we can get everyone some Svelte swag in the future and see everyone in the future.
That would be great.
Yeah.
All right. So before we begin, I wanted to thank our sponsors. So we have Prismic, who has sponsored Svelte Summit. We have Monogram, longtime sponsor of Svelte Summit. And we have Appright, who have
Yay.
also sponsored. And last but not least is Main Matter, who has also sponsored Svelte Summit.
Yes, thank all of you for
Yes.
being longtime supporters and sponsors and using Svelte, which is awesome.
Exactly. It's not just that they're sponsoring, it's also the fact that they're using it, which is awesome.
Yes.
So they are real fans of Svelte, and so are we, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So should we maybe talk a bit about the schedule?
Yes.
I don't know if everyone has seen the schedule, but if you go into the YouTube, what's it called? Description.
Yeah,
You should be able to see that. I'll share my screen as well. So let's see here.
I think we're a little prepared this time. Sometimes we're just like scrambling. I do feel like we're scrambling, but
that's mostly on me. That's my fault.
No spoilers. No spoilers. That's the and one. No spoilers.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the schedule.
He's still
you can
writing
find it in
the talk. He's still recording it right now. Like we don't even know what it is.
Yeah. So if we have anything to go by, last year Rich was apparently writing his talk up until he actually did his talk. So hopefully he has prepared a bit more in advance this time.
Hopefully,
I can spoil you a bit there. I have a video, so we'll be fine. But yeah, this is the schedule. You can find it in the description. And with that, maybe we can head into the first speaker.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Right. You want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. So first off, we have a talk about DevTools, and I'm sure most of you that are using Svelte have been a bit jealous of the developer tools that you can often find in other framework worlds like React or Vue. So I understand there's been some work done on this. So I'd like to welcome Ignatius. I think that I'm not sure if that is how you pronounce his name. I'm just going to go with it.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
I hope.
He's also known as Mouse on the Dev Discord server.
Yeah.
And let's see if I can find the actual video here.
This is the fun part.
All right,
live of streaming it.
And I'm just gonna hide us now, Brittany. Bye.
Here we go. Okay. See ya.
Hi, I was just looking through a couple of Svelte applications I haven't touched in a while. I don't know about you, but I can't even remember what I had for dinner yesterday, let alone a code base I haven't touched in a month or so, and that's just a small website or hobby project. I think we can all agree that it would be really nice if we can somehow find a way to help us visualize the applications that we're working on. Imagine not having to build the mental model from scratch every time, how the hierarchy is structured, how components interact between each other, which one are using which, what props are exposed and the state of individual components, which one uses the bind directive, what events are being exposed, and many other stuff. Well, we don't need to, because that's exactly what Svelte DevTools are built for. Let's start off by getting the extension from the Chrome Web Store, which we can do by searching for it here, or clicking the link on the GitHub repository, which will take you to this page, where you can add the extension to your browser. Just click on the Add extension, and there we go! Svelte DevTools extension has been added to our browser. I've prepared a quick example for us to take a look here. All we need to do to activate our extension is to run our dev server. As you can see, I'm running on localhost 5173 right now. Next, we'll just need to open up our DevTools, and we can see that there's a new Svelte panel at the toolbar. We can click on it and be presented with this page. Now, don't worry, this is normal because prior to us clicking on the Svelte panel, there's no code running on the website. So all we need to do right now is to reload our localhost, and there we go. I've gone ahead and expanded all of the necessary codes for us to look at. We can see at the right section there's the props, events, and state for the components that we've selected, and for the HTML elements we can see the attributes and events. We can navigate through our application using the keyboard arrow keys or using the mouse button. There's also this text area with bind value. We can try to change this. Let's say hello Svelte Summit, and when I press enter, it should change everywhere on the website and also the extension itself. So there we go. Now you may notice that when we're navigating through our components, something lights up at the top right on the middle here, and we can click on that to inspect the actual HTML element on the Elements tab. So if we go to the main element here and we click on this, it will take us directly to the corresponding HTML elements here. Now for the other non-HTML nodes, which are like the container elements or components or the application root, there's no corresponding native elements, so we cannot go directly there. But the Svelte DevTools extensions do provide a way for us to take a look at it in more details, which is through this $n variable. We can open up our console by clicking escape, and we can type in the $n and see what this actually is. Here's another example from the Svelte website, which should demonstrate that it works with SvelteKit out of the box. Now, let's say we want to remove the banner here. Now there's this shell with the banner bottom height props. I can try to reset this to 0 and it should be gone. And there we go, it's as simple as that. There's a lot more to come for our browser extension now that it's out. There's still a lot of things to polish and definitely many to improve, like Firefox support, code profiling, and possibly some performance optimizations. So please, if you have any ideas or suggestions, leave them down in the issues page and I'll make sure to check them out. I really hope you're as excited as we are for Svelte DevTools and the future of Svelte. Enjoy the rest of the summit. I'm Igna, signing out.
And we are back.
We're back.
Yeah, that was a nice talk. I
Yeah.
am excited to try the DevTools.
I think short and sweet.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So I saw that apparently the volume was a bit high on this sponsor video. So I'm gonna see if I can fix that for the next one.
Oh,
but yeah,
they seemed about equal to me, but interesting.
yeah. But I'll turn it down a bit, see if that helps. All right. You want to head on into the next one?
Yeah, absolutely. So next up, we have Henry Lai. Henry is a front-end engineer who has spent the last 7 years honoring his craft. His passion to continuously find ways to improve himself has led him to join Hinge in Tokyo, Japan. I hope I said that right. Sorry. As a front-end team lead. While not working on projects, he enjoys tinkering with keyboards and editors. And Henry's talk today is, how does SvelteKit fare as a SPA framework? I'm kind of interested to see this because we've heard like pros and cons about SPA frameworks lately and how we're kind of moving away from the SPA framework. So I'm very interested to see
where this goes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's give it up for Henry.
Hi everyone. Today I'd like to share my experience answering the question, how does SvelteKit fare as a SPA framework? Let's get started. So first of all, my name is Henry. I'm currently living in Tokyo, working at a company called Henge. I'm leading a front-end team building cloud security solutions. And in the beginning of the journey, we have our company. We have several product teams using either React or Vue for their front end. And I feel like in these projects, they've grown to be very complex very quickly. We have a lot of state being passed around either in stores or inside components. Sometimes it can be hard to track how the data flows in these projects. And we suddenly have a new project. And this project, we need to build a front end around it. So I decided to pitch Svelte to the team, and they agreed to try it out. And you might be wondering why I decided to pitch Svelte, even though like we already have React and Vue knowledge. And I'm a big proponent of writing less code. I believe with less code, we type less, we test less, we review less code. And when we go back to the code again in the next month or in the next year, there's less overhead in trying to understand what the code is trying to do. Svelte also helps us with this by offering some nice shorthands, like in this case, variable name as attribute can be passed in with curly braces. Svelte also supports curly braces when trying to pass in this variable as class name, and also it can parse the boolean here to know which class that we want to attach to this element, which is very nice. And Svelte also comes with a lot of extra goodies, like it doesn't use virtual DOM, so performance is good by default. And CSS are also scoped by default, and it can report if you are not using a style that you have already declared. It gives you accessibility hints if you forget to, for example, attach alt attribute to your image tags. The store contract is much simpler than what the other framework has. And it also is a first-party store, so everyone can know how to use it immediately instead of having to import a different library. Svelte also tries to be as close as possible to native APIs. So it feels like you're almost working with vanilla JavaScript, but there are some Svelte reactivity added on top, so you can keep the component declaration very tidy and declarative. And so we decided to build an SPA with Svelte. And by SPA, we mean there is no server being included in the entire infrastructure. Assets will be served as static files. And we use API for communication with the backend in order to fetch data from database. And authentication is done via JWT tokens. And you might be asking why SPA, while everyone everywhere has been recommending to use SSR. So in our company, we have like a slightly different requirement than most projects. We're building a SaaS product for other businesses. We sell products, we sell licenses to businesses, and their employees will need to log into our product in order to start using it. So we don't have any public facing page, and we don't need to care so much about SEO. We build dashboards with high interactivity. When user visits a page and it gets loaded, they likely need to do a lot of stuff in it. So SPA is a good fit because SPA by default needs JavaScript to support interactivity. Specifically for this project, the backend API is already in place. The development started earlier, so when I joined the project, they already have an API ready for consume in the front end. And also with the existing knowledge of the team, it's much easier to still use the SPA methodology rather than introducing SSR. We'll need to create a new front-end server. We need to connect it with the existing systems. And also for the front-end engineer side, we also need to start learning how to run code on the client, how to run code on the server. Where is the best place to do one of them? Where is the best place to do the other? This kind of decision that we don't have yet can cause the project to get delayed. So we decided to just use SPA for the time being. And you might ask, why SvelteKit then? Aren't meta frameworks like SvelteKit mainly for SSR? And I'm quoting the SvelteKit announcement blog post here for version 1.0. As of the release of 1.0, it's the recommended way to build Svelte apps of all shapes and sizes. And that means SPA is also included. And SvelteKit is actually very flexible in this regard. It supports multiple rendering strategies, SSR, CSR, pre-render. You can also mix and match them for different routes, which is, I think, a very powerful strategy. It also comes with opinions on how to do common tasks that we often do in web development, like how to structure our project, how to do routing, how to fetch data on those routes, and also how to handle errors. Opinionated default, I think, is a very good thing. It reduces fragmentation to a minimum in a team, even in Svelte community. If there is only one way to do the correct thing, then nobody will get confused. If there are like 2 or 3 ways to achieve the same thing, people might be confused which one should we take, and people might have different preferences, which could slow down the team for the long run. People can still customize parts that they don't like if they have a different opinion, but the default helps everyone knows what is like the recommended approach from the Svelte team. So directory structure is one of the things that most other SPA frameworks not give an opinion of. In our company, we are divided on which one is the best way to structure our directories. Some teams use Aramaic design, some people like it, some think it's a bit too confusing because it uses a lot of technical terms. It's a bit open to interpretation how big a component is. Some others use a very simple one, which is just by collocating components that belong in the same place, admin dashboard, user dashboard, shared between both. This approach worked well for small projects, but it really doesn't scale. It makes it really hard to tell which components are supposed to be rendered on the route level and which one are supposed to be rendered as the children of those route components. And also data structure and data flow becomes really confusing as a result. In SvelteKit, they decided to solve this issue by also incorporating routing system into the directory structure. So we have SRC routes, which is where all of the route level pages live, and they are living inside a folder. So in this example, we have a folder called admin. We render a page.svelte component here so that when the user visits your domain/admin, it will go to the admin folder and render the page.svelte inside that folder. If you want to have another nested route, like admin settings, for example, then you simply put a folder called settings inside the admin folder, and you put the page.svelte file there. You can also declare a separate file called page.ts. I'm going to go back to this file later to explain about load functions. And in the folder level, you can also declare layouts. Layouts is very useful if you want to have like part of the UI that stays between pages in the same folder. An example for this would be like a sidebar in the dashboard. You want the sidebar with the navigation links to always show no matter where you are. So that's a good candidate to have the layout component. And you can also declare load functions for this kind of layout too. You can also declare an error.svelte component. This will act as a fallback. So if an unhandled error occurred, SvelteKit will try to find the nearest error.svelte file and render it in place of the page. So you can have a very localized error that still keeps all the layout properties. If you for example, want to have this kind of categorization without actually using it in the URL, you can wrap the folder name in parentheses. In this case, for example, I want the root path in the domain to be what is the user dashboard. So instead of having to create a folder called user and serving it in /user, I can just wrap it in parentheses. And this will not be part of the URL, but SvelteKit will still allow us to co-locate components together and also nest other routes there if necessary. Finally, we have src-lib, which is where we put all our reusable modules, store definition, utility functions. SvelteKit also provides an easy way for us to import from here. So this is an example of the SvelteKit documentation page. The part highlighted in green are ones that you always want wherever you are. No matter which page you visit, you always want the top bar and the sidebar. So these can live in the layout files. The part highlighted in blue will be the page part. So when you have a plus page.svelte inside the introduction folder, this is where you will declare all the UI. And if, for example, an error occurred inside the introduction component, you can render an error.svelte component that is nearest to that page file. So that in this case, you can see the error fallback is localized. You can still keep the sidebar and keep the top bar, but you can have the error page here, and you can, for example, ask the user to reload, and it will only reload the part that is responsible for handling this area, which is the page.svelte part. So data fetching is also another thing that SvelteKit does really well. First, when I saw Svelte, they have the await block, and I think this is very powerful. You define a promise, and you want to wait for it, and while waiting for the promise to resolve, you can render something. After it is resolved, you can render another thing, and you can also render a completely separate thing if the promise is rejected. This looks very powerful, but in SvelteKit, you don't even need to use this block in most cases. That's because SvelteKit has the concept of load functions. Load functions provides clear separation between route dependency fetch and interactivity fetch, like for example from submission. Navigation will be suspended until the promises that is returned by the load functions resolve. It works both on the page level and on the layout level, and all the results of load functions will be exposed to the route components as props. All the load functions returned from the ancestor layouts will be merged in, so you can get like a nested data based on your directory structure. Best of all, SvelteKit types this for you automatically. You don't have to type this manually, even if you decide to change what your load functions return. This is how you declare a load function for your routes. So in this example, I have a route called /items, and I want to render a list of items that I fetch from the API. So first, I create a file called pluspage.ts. This file will export a load function, and this function accepts fetch from SvelteKit. It uses that fetch to call the endpoint, which is in this case /ips/items, and just return the result. And while going to navigate to /items, SvelteKit will first call the load function, wait until the load function resolves, and only then will it start rendering the next component. This makes it so that the page.svelte component doesn't need to care about showing any loading indicator. The loading is already awaited by SvelteKit, so it can focus on only rendering the result. And this leads us to a very small and concise component. It only has one thing to do, which is only to render the happy path. And it will accept the result from the load function from the let data prop here. Another nice thing from SvelteKit is that it has a preloading functionality. It makes navigation feels instantaneous by eagerly loading route dependencies. It does this by trying to guess when the user will want to visit the link, which is by listening to the hover event on links or touch start events if they are on mobile devices. And it will also honor the user's preference. So if they have like carrier data set up and they don't want to use more data than necessary, then SvelteKit will not enable this feature. Best of all, you don't need to set this up. Everything is done by default. And let me show you how this works. So if we go to the network tab here, and I start hovering over this link, you can see that there is a request being made. And when I click on this link, it's instantaneous because all the dependencies has been loaded. Same with here, here. And if we make the network slightly slower, we will see that navigation will be delayed for a little bit. But in this case, the navigation is still finishing within a reasonable time frame. So we don't need to show any loading indicator yet. And only if we throttle it even further. So in this example, like it will load really slowly. And only in this case, SvelteKit will start showing the progress bar on top. This is a very good UX because you don't want loading indicators that show up and disappear in a short period of time. The user will only see it as a flash of items, and it's not a good user experience. By waiting until some time has passed before starting to show it, the UI will feel like it's instantaneous by default and only fall back to loading indicator when it's absolutely necessary. The best thing of all is it's not that hard to reproduce what SvelteKit have with the progress bar. In this example, we have the root layout.svelte component. In this component, we can listen to the navigating store that SvelteKit exposes. And if navigation is in progress, we can render an element. In this case, I'm rendering a span instead of a progress bar. But instead of rendering the span immediately, I add the delay by 1 second by utilizing Svelte's transition helper. This allows us to achieve the same effect as the SvelteKit documentation. So I've talked about a lot of the good stuff of SvelteKit. Is there any issue that I found along the way? So the first one that I thought of is not really an issue, but reading through the documentations, it can be hard to know which cases apply to SPA and which ones only apply to SSR, for example. An example would be load functions that is provided by SvelteKit also provides a fetch function. This fetch function is similar to what the window.fetch provides you, but SvelteKit patched it with some features that seems to be only useful for SSR. So you might be left wondering, is it still important to use this function provided fetch? The answer is actually yes, because other than all the SSR goodness, SvelteKit also allows us to invalidate the return value from the load function easily by invalidating the URL that we call in that fetch function. Second one is debugging load functions can be tricky. Load functions rerun on several conditions, but everything happens under the hood, so it can be hard to track any issue that happens. I have an example where I'm trying to debug an issue on the root layout load function, where it is getting called too often. Every time I hover over any link, the root layout load function is getting called as well. And I spent some time reading the docs again, making sure that my understanding is correct on when the load function would rerun. But after some time, I found that this is actually not an issue in our project, but it was because of a third-party plugin that we use that introduces this bug. This kind of thing might not happen often, but when it does, it can be hard to debug. Another issue we had is when we want to patch fetch. We want to automate repetitive tasks that we do with fetch, like attaching the token to the authorization header, attaching the content type if it's necessary, convert between the API convention snake case to JavaScript camel case, and throw errors automatically when the response is not successful. SvelteKit also patch fetch, but it only keeps the reference internally, and it only provided to us in load functions. So in order for us to be able to patch fetch, we need to do it before SvelteKit has the chance to patch fetch the first time. So in this example, we have the app.html that SvelteKit gives you. There's a section called SvelteKit.body, and we need to add a script before SvelteKit.body so that this script will be executed before the SvelteKit.body part. In this example, I'm adding a reference to the middleware component that I declare in the assets folder. And this is what the middleware contains. This is a very simplified example, but we wrap everything in IFE first. Then we declare a proxy around the fetch function, and we replace the global fetch with the proxied version. And as the proxy configuration, we declare the apply method, which is going to be called when the fetch is getting called. It provides several arguments, and the argument will follow the argument for fetch. So the first argument would be the URL. The second argument would be the options. and then we can patch the arguments as necessary. In this example, I'm fetching the token from the local storage, and I attach it as the option.headers option under the authorization name. Once all the patching are done, we can call the target function, which is the one that is exposed by the apply function, which will call the internal implementation of fetch that this is currently proxying. But we're passing in the arguments that we have patched. So fetch will be called with the authorization token automatically added to the header in this case. So this approach worked well for us, but there are some drawbacks to this approach. The first one is you cannot use ESM syntax like import because you cannot use the script type module. Script type modules will be deferred by default. So if you want to use it, then it will be called a bit later after SvelteKit has started initialization. And the code is isolated from the main code base. That means like if you want to have the middleware in TypeScript, for example, you need to make sure to have its own pipeline to compile TypeScript to JavaScript. You also need to rely on some browser stuff to communicate with the main code base, like the local storage or just throwing errors. We cannot use, like for example, SvelteKit stores to do this. It's also harder to track errors in general in this case because it's so isolated from the main code base. So alternatives that we have considered, one of them is Service Worker. Service Worker is not trivial to set up. You can accidentally have Service Worker hanging forever with stale data, but it can also be very powerful if set up correctly. There are some libraries that can help us with this, like the FitPWA plugin, the MSW, but there are still some issues, which is like Service Worker is still isolated from the main SvelteKit code base, and you cannot access local storage with Service Worker, which limits its usefulness. There are a proposal, another approach that would be great if we can make this work, which is using the handle fetch hook. Right now, the handle fetch hook only exists for server-side hooks, but it would be great if SvelteKit can provide a similar hook for the client-side hooks. Patching fetch, even with SSR enabled, is still something that can be very useful to automate tasks, like attaching the header automatically, like the earlier example, and also throwing errors if fetch is not successful, it's not returning the 200 or 300 status codes. There is an open issue on the SvelteKit issue on GitHub that is talking about this proposal, so feel free to go there and upvote the issue if you also think this is beneficial. I also want to mention a bit about caching. First of all, a reminder that caching is easy to get wrong, and it's better to not cache anything at all rather than caching things incorrectly. But with that said, there are a few strategies that we can take. The first one is using a wait parent. A page layout function can wait for all the ancestor layout load functions to complete and receive a merged combination of all the data that all those load functions return. With this, we can have some sort of cache where the child page can rely on the data that is already fetched by the parent roots. And we need to take care not to introduce request waterfall. This is more often done by await chaining instead of running the promises at the same time. So there are two things to keep in mind. The first one is only await parent if you really need to get the ancestor data. For pages that don't really need this data, don't use await parent. Your load functions will return much more quickly. And if you do need to await parent and you have another promise at the same time, for example, always remember to use promise.all so that both promises will run at the same time. Another way is to use Svelte's writable store. This store is very simple and very powerful. It's a bit more manual, but it can be useful if you need to aggregate data on the client side. For example, you have data from multiple endpoints that you want to aggregate before showing to the user. Store would be a good choice. And lastly, you can also use Service Worker to cache responses. So you might be wondering, like, what if we go SSR? Will that help? I think it's not strictly necessary, but there are some potential benefits. The first one is, with SSR, we can inline initial data straight in the HTML. An example would be feature flags. You might want to hide features from certain users, and with server-side rendering, you can contact the feature flag API directly in the server, get what the user should be having, and send what the user will have directly in the HTML. With SPA, you need to first download the empty HTML, do a fetch, check what the user can access, and then update the page. This will cause layout shifts. Or in SPA, we can usually alleviate this issue by using splash screens, but none of these are a good user experience. The server-side part will actually give you a better experience because the user will get what they want to see immediately. Some tests are also just simply better handled on the server. The first part is the data aggregation that I mentioned earlier. It would be nice if we can aggregate everything in the front-end server so that the front-end server only needs to send one response back to the browser, instead of the browser sending multiple requests and receiving multiple responses. And the server can also be used to add cache control headers so that the server can control how long a resource should live in the user's browser. All of it on top of the benefits that SSR give you in general, which is like performance and resilience. So in conclusion, how does SvelteKit fare as a SPA framework? I think it works really well. SvelteKit really brings the joy back to coding front-end for me, like no other framework gives. There are some hiccups on the way, but the benefits that we have far outweighs the difficulties that we encountered. That's it. Thank you for watching. Hope you find this useful and enjoy the rest of Svelte Summit. See you.
Hey, Brittany.
We're back again, and we've
Yeah.
swapped again. People keep saying,
I blame StreamYard.
yeah, I know. It's like random, whichever way it goes back in. I wanted to remind everyone that there are some great discussions happening in Discord. If you go in the Discord in the Svelte Summit channel, we're creating threads for each of the talks. And then if you go into those threads, there's some really good discussions happening. Enrico brought up in that talk that SPAs can be great for things like embedded devices like TVs, microcontrollers, and native bundles. And also Henry's company is a SaaS. So things like that SPAs are really good for. Just thought that was really cool.
I thought it was a really nice talk.
Yeah.
It started off just being like a really nice introduction to SvelteKit in general.
Yeah, I agree. Like it was a really good overview of a lot of things about Svelte, and then it kind of got more in depth about SPAs in the end.
Yeah. All right. So next up, we have a talk with the title "No Spoilers." So you've probably seen that there's a talk called "Enhance" on the schedule as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe, just maybe, this talk is also about enhancing stuff. Yeah, who knows?
Let's see. First
I guess we'll see.
spoiler of the day.
Yeah.
I'm Ben McCann, one of the creators of SvelteKit, and I'd like to talk to you today about images. Today we're creating more images than ever. Images let us capture moments, places, and feelings. And if you're a web developer, you can use images to communicate ideas or as design elements. But whoever said an image was worth 1,000 words was not a web developer because they were way underestimating. Images are some of the heaviest components on our pages. On the Svelte and SvelteKit websites, we have some beautiful images across the top of the page, courtesy of our designer, Ahim Vadam. But if you go with the standard PNG format, these images are pretty big and they're going to add a lot of time to the page load speed. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and converted these images to AVIF format for users on modern browsers. And those images are much, much smaller. And if you're on a mobile device, you don't need an image that's 1400 pixels wide because your screen is maybe only 700 pixels. So by serving a smaller image to mobile users, we're able to serve an image that's only 1% the size of the original image. And it's not just the Svelte websites where this is a problem. This Google PageSpeed report is from a site built with SvelteKit. It's a very popular site that many of you may have actually been to. But you'll notice that it spends over 6.5 seconds loading bytes that really aren't necessary. We could serve those same images in a different format and in smaller dimensions and save a whole lot of bandwidth and loading time for our users. And that's not the only problem that Lighthouse detected with our images. This site also didn't specify a width and a height. As a result, the browser has to first fetch the image to determine the dimensions. And after it's determined the dimensions, it can recalculate how to lay out the page. That's a lot of wasted time, but it's also a jarring experience for the user as the page jumps around. And finally, this site didn't set up caching. So this is not just the experience the first time user is going to have, but it's the experience they're going to have every time they return to the site. So I'd like to share with you today something that we've been working on. We call it Svelte.js Enhanced Image. And to set it up, all you need to do is install the npm package and then import and use it in your vite config file. To use the new enhanced image tag in your markup, all you have to do is reference it where you normally have an image tag, and then make sure that your source is a vite asset path. There's an entire page in the vite documentation about this, but typically that's going to be a relative path. It could also be a vite alias. And this new enhanced image tag solves all of the problems that we just saw. Firstly, it creates multiple formats, and it'll serve AVIF and WebP to modern browsers and a fallback to legacy browsers. It inserts the width and height automatically for you to save you that effort and save the browser from having to calculate a layout shift. It also creates multiple dimensions. In this example, it's created a 2x version for high-density displays, like a lot of smartphones or an Apple Retina display. And finally, you also notice in the file name that there's a hash. That makes the file name unique so that it can be cached forever. And of course, with Svelte 5 on the horizon, we've made sure that the output is highly optimized for the new compiler and runtime. Enhanced image is a preprocessor, and it replaces your enhanced image tag with a single string that can be inserted to the DOM in just one operation for lightning fast DOM creation and hydration. Sometimes you might want to use a mustache tag as your source, and so we've made sure that's supported as well. All you need to do in that case is import an asset and make sure to use the enhanced query parameter, then pass that variable to your source. Because enhanced image works with vite assets, you can use all of vite's great features. For example, you can use import meta glob to import an entire directory full of images and batch process them. And finally, if you've got a large image that goes across the width of your page, you can specify the sizes attribute to serve different sizes to different devices. It will automatically generate those different images for you, or you can specify those widths yourself.
And so today we are announcing
Thank you to Rich and Simon for all the help in designing this. We'll hope you'll go try it out. Visit kit.svelte.dev/docs/images to see the full documentation.
All right.
I was just saying in the chat, bring those confetti guns back, but next time you have to warn me because they scared the living crap out of me at Svelte Summit.
Yeah. So did you hear the story on those? Like when we
I
found them?
heard that they had to like sneak out and get them and then sneak them back in. I don't really know the full story, I don't think.
Yeah, so I can give you the full story. So Emma, she's a Swede, and
Yep.
she's pretty active here in Stockholm. She came up to me in the middle of the conference and just like, oh, we should get confetti for Rich's talk, and I thought that was a great idea. So she like ordered them on some like website that delivered them like in an hour or something. It was very
What?
fast. Yeah. And then I remember, I think I handed one to Puru, but I didn't tell him what it was or something, or when he was supposed to use it.
You didn't tell anyone. You just
No.
you just like handed them out randomly. Didn't tell the speakers, the host that were sitting over in the corner. Yeah, me and Tejas like sitting over in the corner.
Anyway, maybe we should get back to the talk that we just saw. So we finally got the a sort of image component, right?
I
So
mean,
now
it's still like the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah.
We don't need an image component if we have what it does.
Exactly. Yeah. No, this will be great. Yeah, I'm very excited about this. So,
I am also very excited. It has been a long time coming. I am so hyped for it. I'm also hyped because I heard that it is not dependent on Svelte 4, which I'm like very nervous every time something new comes out because we're not yet on Svelte 4 at work. So I'm like, can I use it yet? Can I use it yet? And yes, I can use it because it is a preprocessor thing. So it is not dependent on Svelte 4. So everyone can use it.
Oh, that sounds great.
It's fantastic. So I'm so excited.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready for the next talk?
I think we're ready for the next talk.
Okay. I think next up we have Samuel. I may butcher this. I hope I don't. Stroschein. And he is founder of Inlang, globalization infrastructure for software and version control for apps. And he is going to be talking about inlang-paraglide JS for SvelteKit internationalization. That is a long word. I-18N is the short version of that.
Yeah.
But let's
it's
see
almost
what
easier
Samuel...
to say I-18N than
it is, but then like you have to say the long version too, just for accessibility.
Yeah.
That's like the accessibility version of it.
Yeah.
But
that's ironic
that
you shorten accessibility into A11Y.
A11Y.
You have to say it anyway.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
Y? Oh, what is happening?
We're already delirious like halfway through and we're ready for our break. So
it's already dark outside here. So
there's that.
Yep. It's 4 o'clock.
Like the crazy, do you do the summertime thing too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we just changed times. Okay, let's go on with Sam's talk.
Yep.
All right.
I'm Samuel from the Inlang team, and today we're going to announce what we believe will become the best e1 library for SvelteKit, other frameworks, and the web platform in general. This is over 2 years of research and development, and if you can't tell, I'm so excited to finally show what we got. Before I do so, huge thanks to the Svelte community. Over the last couple of months, early adopters gave us a lot of feedback on how to make things right and how to get where we got. Now, for everyone who doesn't know what an e1 library does, in short, if you want to adapt your application or website to different markets, for example, you want to show the Uber application in English, Spanish, German, French, Chinese, and so on and so forth, you need a lot of technical infrastructure that loads the right translations, determines the user language, doesn't bloat the bundle size. You don't want to ship all translations to the user, only the ones that the user actually needs. You want to server-side render those translations so that they appear on Google, and so on and so forth. It's a lot of technical infrastructure, It's not about creating the translation, it's about making it possible that your application can be showcased for different user groups. Now, what will make Paraglide.js the best UI library for SvelteKit and the web platform in general? Two things. Again, the result of over 2 years of R&D, and I'm so excited to finally show it. A breakthrough innovation when it comes down to an UI library and a plug-and-play ecosystem that takes care of all the other things that you need to do when you adapt your app to different markets. Let's start with the breakthrough innovation. Wow! We call it tree-shakeable message functions. Paraglide.js leverages a compiler similar to Svelte that takes your translation files and contained messages and compiles them to pure JavaScript functions. Pure JavaScript functions mean that your bundler, read, rollup, webpack, turbopack, can automatically tree shake them and optimize them. Your bundlers can't optimize your translation files, but your bundlers can optimize your JavaScript files. That's what they're built for. And this is the innovation. Now, if you do that, for example, if you only use the message login button in a particular component or page, your bundler will automatically get rid of hello and login header, stuff like that. Now, why is this so amazing? As I mentioned, you don't have to care about async loading anymore. Like, how do you load this translation file and how do you split it so that you don't send everything to the user? You don't have to think about it anymore. And usually with async loading comes a lot of bottlenecks for server-side rendering and everything. For Paraglide.js, this is not a problem. You're going to import your JavaScript files. You don't need to async load stuff. Your bundler automatically synchronously imports your stuff and gets rid of all the unused messages and optimizing everything. This means that with Paraglide.js, and it seems, all right, this seems easy, but wow, it took us so long to get here and nail it. Server-side rendering works. Client-side rendering works. Static site generation just works. Everything just works because it's plain JavaScript. Now, manual message splitting. If you take your translation file and then usually, if you have, let's say you have 10,000 translations, right? 10,000 messages for English. You don't want to send 10,000 messages for the login page, which only uses 10 messages. And traditionally, a lot of manual optimization comes in where you need to split those files. This is not the case with Paraglide.js. Your bundler automatically bundles only the messages that you're using. This means that Paraglide.js is the most efficient, type-safe, and after all, simplest E1 library that is out there. It took us so long to get here. It's so obvious in hindsight. We believe everyone will copy what we did here with Paraglide.js. It is just so good. But yeah, the innovation comes down to tree-shakeable message functions instead of trying to resolve your translations during the runtime. It means that your bundlers can automatically optimize them. This is the innovation in a nutshell. And I said there's more to it. There's an entire ecosystem. Let me show you Paraglide.js in action. I'm going to show a SvelteKit example now. Mind you, this is a pre-release, so some things you see might change by the time you try Paraglide.js. I recommend following the guide that we're going to link in the comments or description. Generally, I hope that you see just how simple Paraglide.js is and how the inline ecosystem comes into play. This is the page I built. Hello, Samuel. Let's do it in English. Hello, welcome, Samuel. You have 5 messages. The current language tag is EN, and I can switch the language to German and back to English. And in German, I have a missing translation. Okay, this is the code behind that page. I'm saying here, greeting. This is the welcome, Samuel. Current language tag. Your current language tag is. And 2 buttons to change the language tag. You already see Paraglide.js in action here. We're importing our message functions as plain JavaScript, except that we're using a namespace import. The namespace import enables the bundler. If I'm not using greeting on this page, it's not going to be bundled automatically. This is the simplicity of Paraglide.js. Now, I want to use both messages. Let's look how those messages work under the hood. As I mentioned, Paraglide.js uses a compiler that takes your translation files or message files, or sometimes called resources. In my case, it's this messages.json. Warning, this is optimized for machine readability. You can use any format that you'd like. Classical JSON key value pairs also work. Now, this is the messages file, again, machine readable. Paraglide.js takes those, here, this file, again, unopinionated, you can use any format, and compiles it into the Paraglide.js directory. You can name it however you'd like. It's git ignored, it won't bother you. In that Paraglide.js directory, we have that messages.js, which serves as an index file. This is exactly where we're importing our messages from. If I go in here, for example, greeting, this index file serves as a, all right, your language tag is en, so I'm returning the en message function. Let's go in here. This is it. We're now in the en.js file. The de file looks similar, except that current language tag is undefined. But this is it. Those are tree shakeable message functions because they're pure JavaScript functions. Your bundler can automatically optimize them however it needs. And this is Paraglide.js. There's 1 second side to it. So you have the messages file and you have a runtime file where you define what is the current language tag, and you can set the language tag, which is exactly what we're doing here. We're saying set the language tag to de and en. Then I have a tiny adapter, which depends on your app. We're going to provide that in the library, which has, in this case, another 10 lines of code, and it defines what should happen if the language tag is set. And in this case, it also sets the context for server-side rendering. Overall, the entire runtime, if we go into the compiled output, this is unminified, is 38 lines of code. 38 lines of code. It comes down to around about 500 bytes. And with the adapter code, it's maybe 10 more lines. So you're well beneath 100 lines of code. This is the beauty of Paraglide.js. I mentioned the ecosystem. So we have a missing translation on the side here. And if I run the CLI as part of the inlang ecosystem, I can say, hey, lint my code. You can run it as part of CI/CD. And I see here, for example, hey, the message ID current language tag has a missing variant for the language tag DE. So it's missing. We get a warning here. I'm lazy, so I'm going to say, you know what, npx inlang machine translate that. And the moment it machine translates this, we can go into DE, and what we see here, boom, it machine translated that, and I can save this. And if we go into the app, there we go. It's now machine translated in my application, and I'm good to go. I'm going to send my translator a link to the web editor in the ecosystem that opens the repository. We're running, no joke, we're running Git here in the browser, our own version of it. And your translator can now directly contribute towards your repository without any setup. Here, I'm going to add the language French. Let's add that. Unfortunately, I really don't speak French, so let me machine translate that and push. And you're going to see here now that we're going to see French translations coming in. Again, this is optimized for machine readability, this format. You can use a human readable format as well. Let me pull. There we go. There's French, and it's now in my application. There was no handoff. It all just works. Let me lint it. Are we good to go? We're good to go. Linting is successful. The example is successful, and I hope to get across how simple Paraglide.js is. Thank you very much for listening in. 2 years of R&D. Here was the presentation. We're really excited for you to try it out. If you have feedback, let us know. We're going to link a guide in the description on how to get started. And yeah, thank you.
Whew, I'm sweating that battery percentage. Oh, Jesus.
I was so surprised there at
Oh.
the end. I'm like, whoo, that is like nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that was a very hyped up talk. I really
It
liked it.
was super
I
high
you,
energy.
yeah, I rarely build sites with multiple languages, but I kind of want to use it,
Yeah,
even if it's
just
just
to
one
try it
language.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a great talk. I guess we should probably mention, we've mentioned this on a couple of Svelte Radio episodes. I think that so Samuel worked with the person called Ivan Hofer, who used to I think he was maintainer for the typesafe-i18n library, but he unfortunately passed away during a marathon earlier this year, which is a big bummer. But yeah, so check this library out.
Yeah. I think
if
he
you
was
need it.
one of the huge contributors to the library and really pushed it through the end there.
Yeah, for
It
sure.
was really sad,
And
but
he did talks at earlier Svelte summits as well, so that's definitely something that you should check out.
and really young, like terrible.
Yeah. All right. What's next, Brittany?
Yeah, I thought you were up next, but so
Oh,
next, do you want to go?
Sure. Yeah. So I can try to pronounce this name.
Yeah, I
will
know.
not
I'm going to
succeed.
give you a shot at butchering a
Yeah.
name.
Jean-Yves Couet?
I think you probably did way better than I would have.
Probably did terrible anyway. Maybe he is around and he can help us out here. But yeah, so he's a systems enthusiast with a love for all things coding, front end, back end, full stack, industry automation, as well as open source. And yeah, we're going to hear about GraphQL. I think some people have heard about that, right?
Some people have heard about that, potentially. Oh yeah, I think he's joining us in the Discord. So if you're interested in hearing more, just jump in Discord, and we've got a thread already going.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest show on Earth. On the web. On Svelte. At least, in my bedroom. I'm Jean-Yves, your French tech magician, and today, at Svelte Summit, I want to show you how SvelteKit and GraphQL plays well together. But before we start, let me assure you that there is no smoke, no mirror code. Here, we don't summon rabbit from hat, but data from servers. And I will tell you that this is magical. Hocus pocus, keep your focus! But before we start, is there any alternative to GraphQL? Maybe REST? Maybe GraphQL? Maybe something in
the persuasion. It looked like a big problem, so let's dig into it. First with slide and with the architecture. So most of us have some endpoint with some data or something else, whatever. And with Svelte, we were doing a lot of CSR, going to a REST endpoint. And this REST endpoint is doing hopefully some business logic to retrieve some data and displaying it on the UI. With REST, the good thing is we're able to have a UI representing the data or being able to play with the data without any browser interaction or Svelte interaction. It's just about the data. And then when SvelteKit arrived, we were about to have this SSR, meaning that we can get the first page with the HTML already with the data. All right, what's the deal now with GraphQL? GraphQL is about the same thing. So in the end, it's replacing REST. We have this GraphQL endpoint, and then we have a GraphQL to explore the data. All the rest is very similar. We have the SvelteKit story where we can do SSR and the Svelte story where we can do CSR. So it's really about the same thing. First thing, let's have a look at this layer of browsing data. For this, I will go to the Svelte Summit endpoint, and I prepare the two. So the first thing is the REST Swagger. If I go to the REST Swagger, we can see that we have a REST with tasks and categories, and maybe if we look at tasks, and we try out this task, execute, and then we get a big JSON of a lot of things. So hello endpoint, check the tire pressure, and we can see maybe a category with an ID, a strange ID here. But at the beginning, I saw that there was a category. So if I go get categories, try out, execute, and in here I have two answers, tech and bicycle. Now it makes sense to check the tire pressure on the bicycle. Okay, so now that we can see data, let's see if we can post data. So to add a category, for example, if I go here, I'm able to see that it requires a name, and let me try it out. So if I put the name from rest, for example, execute, I see that it's executed successfully, and then we have the name rest with a new ID. And if we come back now to the get part and execute, we should see three elements, tech, bicycle, and rest. Okay, so we are able to see data and to update data or mutate data. Very good. Let's have a look now at the other part. And GraphQL comes with another UI, let's make it bigger maybe, where we can see show GraphQL Explorer. And with the Explorer, we're able to see what is all available on my endpoint. And we can see again categories and tasks and other things. So let's have a look at first the task, for example. And when I click here, you see that it's building my query in the middle. Task, items, title, for example, and I can execute my query. And in here, I can see only the title, which is what I requested, nothing more. This is already the big difference that we can see between REST and GraphQL. So we were able to see before as well the categories. So let's have a look at categories, item, name. And if we hit, so let's remove the task. If we hit enter here, we're able to see tech, bicycle, and rest. Good. We are able also to mix and match things. So if I come back to my query, in the editor itself, I don't need to click on the left part. In the editor itself, I can do a control space, and I will have auto-completion everywhere. So if I do again task, open bracket, items, open bracket, here I can see the title, like we did before. But now we can get maybe the category of it. So if I control space, I can see category, and in the category, I can display the name. And now I can see that hello endpoint is from the tech category, and all the rest is coming from the bicycle. Okay, I have a lot to do in bicycle part. Now let's have a look at how to add data that we added like we did before. So if I go back to categories, items, name, we added the rest here. Let's add now the GraphQL. So I do a new query here, and it's not called a query, actually it's called a mutation. And if I create an operation that looks like a mutation, I'm able to see here create category, and I will give some parameters. It needs an input. In the input, it needs a name, and I can put GraphQL. Every mutation needs to return something, so it will return the category normally with the name, for example. Now, if I execute this query, I can see GraphQL, and if I go back to my previous one, and if I run this, I can see the 4 options. Okay, now we can see that we can browse the data in both worlds, so in REST and GraphQL. So we are able to browse the data. Now we have SvelteKit, which will deal with component, route, and everything, and we have GraphQL, which will speak the semantic of the data. And to close the gap between the two, we have a library called Houdini. Let's first initialize our project and initialize Houdini inside of it. So I open my command line and I create, so npm create svelte at latest GraphQL. Enter. We want a skeleton project, we want it in TypeScript, and we check everything. CD, kit GraphQL, code, boom. And now we have our code editor. Let's close everything. And let's do an init first, directly after creating the project. Init, save. We will install everything, npm I, npm dev. Okay, let's check now if it's working. Okay, good. It looks like it's working. We have a welcome to SvelteKit. Perfect. Let's continue a bit to tweak this first example. So if I go to route, here I can create a plus layout.route that will be able for us to navigate through things. We can just remove here, and we can put a H2 here to say it's home, save. In here we can put a slot, save. We have home displayed, and in the H1 we can say welcome to kit GraphQL, save. Okay. And let's do svelte head. We can put the title, so it's kit GraphQL. Okay, we don't see the title, but it's fine. And most important part, we can add a default CSS which will tweak all our element in a nice way in dark mode. Okay. So now that we have most of it ready, so tweak done. Now that we have everything ready, let's add Houdini. So to do that, I will do npx Houdini Houdini init. Enter. And it will ask me, hopefully, and it will ask me if I have a remote GraphQL endpoint. Yes, in this example, I have a remote GraphQL endpoint. And you remember before, it was something like this. So localhost API/GraphQL. Enter. Very good. Still nothing here. We have a few files created. Let me check this file. So something in the Git ignore because we generate some part, something to help VS Code, the configuration of Houdini itself, some documentation about the package, the schema, so the contract between the client and the server, and we'll come back to this later. We'll update the Svelte config to have Houdini working with it, a few TS config tweaks so that we have better typings, and then finally the client. So we do init Houdini. So we do pnpm-i to install the latest of everything. Okay, very good. And now if we pnpm dev, we should see our site coming again here, live. Yes. And we can see that there is no operation found. Everything is normal. Now that we initialize everything with Houdini, let's grab our first data. And to do this, we have this special page .gql to speak only about the data. So let's go here. We know that we have in route the plus page.svelte dealing with the Svelte component, the route component, and we can create another file called first page.gql. And in this file, I can do query and open the bracket. And here I have exactly the same experience as the GraphQL we saw before. Auto completion through the server, okay, through the endpoint. So if I do query categories, and in categories I have some items. In the items I have a name, and in here I just need to add the name of the query. So it will be categories, for example. And if I save this, now Houdini is telling me, oh, there is something new coming called categories. Good. So we seem to have data. How to bring it now to the plus page.svelte? Exactly like what we do with the data in a usual Svelte component. So I open the script tag here with the line TS because I'm in TypeScript, and in here usually I do something like this. So let's do a bit of space here. So I import page data from the type and export the data from page data. Since we work with Houdini, we don't import from $type, but $Houdini. And by doing so, in here, I can see that we have data categories, and the category is stored directly. So if I control space here and I get the category, at this level, I'm able to say already, so let me have a look here. I want to get items, and the items will be the store, so $categories, .data, .categories, .items, or nothing. And you saw with this already that everything is typed. So in the home, I can do a for each, and on each items, I want to say it's category, and in there I will have like a p tag, for example, cati dot, and in here also everything is typed. So I have only the name available, and now I save it, and boom, I have my tag, bicycle, Redis, and GraphQL. Good. Now it's good because we are able to get the data. Let's have a look with parameter how it looks like. So you remember that in each category we have a few tasks. So maybe we can create another route called task of category. And the category here will be the ID of the category, right? So we can do task of category and maybe add a dash here. In here, I'm able to create a file called firstpage.svelte. Means here I have my list of tasks. Let's see if we can already navigate to this one. So in here, instead of just displaying the name of the ID of the element here, I will put the href, sorry, like this. I will come here, bring this guy in the middle here, so now it's a link. And in the href, I will do /tasks of dash, and we do 1, 2, 3 here. Save. Now everything is a link. If I click here, I have the list of tasks, and I can come back. Let's just, for convenient reason, bring a link here. So I do link to home. So it's with the A, home, and the href is like coming back here. Okay, so I can go home, I go tech, home, tech, home. Very good. Let's close this one. And now we need to bring here the ID of our category, right? But in the category, we get only the name. So not a big deal. Let's go back to the plus page.gql. And in here, I want to get the ID as well. So if I save this now, so the category is updated, as you can see here. And now I can come back here, and instead of the ID here, I see that I have ID and name. And instead of the hard-coded ID, I can simply add here item.id. It's not item, of course, it's cate.id. Save. And now, if we go here, we don't see because the URL is too big, but we see that we have an ID here. Okay. So it looks like it's working. Now we go to each page, and each page have a different thing. But now how to bring the data? Then we do exactly the same thing that we created this plus page.gql on one side. We'll create this plus page.gql on this other side. So plus page.gql. And in here, I will do also a query. And the query, I have my category. In my category, I want to see the task of the category, for example. And in the task of the category, I have a few items. In the items, I have the titles. So here, I have to name my query as usual. So task of category, for example. And it's telling me that there is something wrong here. Yes, because a field category needs an argument called ID. So let's add the ID. And the ID will be something. And this something is coming from the URL. And fortunately, if we have this parameter here, it's already available in our plus page.gql. So if I do $category, This will be a variable, and it's a variable that will be sent from the top of the query here, ID. So like this variable is coming here and setting it to this category. And then if I save this, I have now this new task of category coming from Houdini. And if I go to my plus page.svelte, where I have my list of tasks, same thing as before, I will do my script tag because I want to get the data. I have my little snippets, page data. Instead of coming from type, I do Houdini. And in there, in the data, I have already my task of category. In my task of category, I will do the same trick. Items equals to task of categories. No, not this one for sure. The $1 dot. And we have already a lot of things here. The data, the category, the task of category, the items, or nothing. Same thing as before. Here I do each items. Oops, items. So this will be a task. And in here, I should be able to display the task dot title. Save. Okay, so now if I go to tech, I have my hello endpoint. And if I go back home to bicycle, I have a lot more things to do. Okay, and we have our two other things, REST and GraphQL. Good. Let's have a look at the network a bit. So if I do F12 and network, and in the network type, I check only for the GraphQL API. So I'm on home now. If I do F5, there's nothing about API GraphQL. Why? Because everything was SSR. If I go now to tech, I see that we have one GraphQL request coming here. And this one GraphQL request, we have the data coming back with our task title, hello endpoint. Cool. If I remove this now, and if I go back to home, nothing is happening because everything is cached. If I go to the bicycle, I have a second GraphQL query coming. If I come back home, everything is cached, so no queries anymore. And now if I navigate to tech or bicycle, there is no query happening because everything is cached. Cool. A few days ago, someone online said that it's good to define data requirement in a component and fetch it at the route. So now it's what we are doing, we fetch at the route. But we don't have the data requirement in a component itself. Everything is in the route, which is a problem. And I totally agree with this statement that the data requirement should be in a component directly. And it's also what Alec commented, this should be Houdini's new tagline. I fully agree as well. Let me introduce you at the same time, Alec, the creator of Houdini. And without him, all of this would not be possible. So thanks a lot, man. Let's speak about components and about fragments.
Let me show you the code.
In our library, there is nothing today. So let's create something called task.svelte. The task.svelte will be empty for now. So if I put just a P here, hello, just to make sure that everything is wired, I'm doing it like this usually. So instead of the task title, I will just do here task. Okay, do the right import, save. And if I go to bicycle, I see my 5 hello. Now let's go back to something that with data, right? So now we have to improve our task component to be able to have a fragment inside the component and make it queried from the page. For this, I will go to the Houdini website. And in the Houdini website, I want to show you a few things. First thing, if I go to the API doc, I have something called fragment. And in here, I have directly the example of how to use a fragment. So a small cool feature is that we're able to see the code here in GSDoc. And over there, we can switch it to TypeScript. So let's bring all this into my component. So let's make a bit of space here. And instead of having hello, I will just maybe put this one at the bottom. Hello, and not display anything, not an image. So here, I just copied this example. But of course, we don't have this kind of code in our case. So we deal not with user. So let's have a look inside here. There is the GraphQL statement. So of course, when I just copy paste the code, VS Code is not happy because we don't have avatar user or anything. But let's focus first at our GraphQL statement here. We have a fragment with a name, and here our name will be more something like task component. This is the name of my component, okay? And this will be on the type, and if I can control space here, on the type task. And on the type task, what do I want to get? So if I do control space here as well, we have already also auto completion, and I want to get the title. All right, already good. Now with the task component that was just created, it will create a type called task component. So I can copy this and paste it everywhere here. And now if I save, everyone is happy, okay? We can see that we export something here called user because it was from the example. And in our case, it's not user, of course, it's task. So now we have a task, and in the task, I will want to look into the title. So if I go one step before, this component is complaining because we are missing the task. So let's bring the task, and the task is equal to something where we need to assign the task component. The task component, so let me say task is coming from the task just above. And in here, of course, if I save this, it will shorten the thing. And it's telling me that the fragment is missing in the route plus page.jQL. So if I go back to the route here, and I do ... control space, I can see that I have one fragment available to put here called task component. And if I save now, I have this coming here, and this will be sent to my component. And in my task here, I have my hello that I can replace by, whoops, $, data, whoops, $data.title, save. And now all my data are coming here. But the magic of this is now this component is fully autonomous. So if I want to display now here title and the ID and save, everything is refreshed in the background, and I'm able now to say, whoops, $data.id, save, and my ID is here. And the cool thing is that it's available only to this component, and this is called fragment masking. So if I go one level above here, where I was able to do this task, the title, in here, if I do dot, I don't see ID. Even if ID is fetched into the component inside here, I'm not able to get title here, the ID here. So I get the title because it's displayed here, so we can see it here. But if I now go back to my plus page of GraphQL and I comment this title, if I save this and I go back to my component, it's telling me that the title is not available at this level. So at this level, I'm allowed only the thing coming from the page of GraphQL, not anything else. So every component is responsible for his data, nothing more. So I can now remove this safely, and then we have our beautiful component working. Make sense? So this was about fragment, and yes, you're totally right. It should be the new tagline of Houdini. You fetch data in your route, and you have your data requirement in your component. Like this, everything is self to avoid. You can have nested component, nested fragment, everything. Okay. Now let's look at few utilities. First one is about paginate. So in here, you see that I will be overloaded because I have a lot of things to do in one go, 5 items. So if I go to this task here, page of GraphQL, at this level here, we have a list of something. So when we have a list, we are able to do at paginate. If I save this now, it's telling me that, oh, to have a field paginate, you need a limit argument. Okay, let's have a look at the limit argument, and I can do a limit. Now, if I save this, I have only 2 items. Cool. Just with this one paginate, I have 2 items. Cool. And now, if I go to my list of tasks, I can say under something like button, next, for example, and then on click, I want to be able to go to the next page, right? And to do this, I will go to task of category dot load next page, save. And now I have another button called next, and if I click on it, it's going to the next page. How nice is this? It's only one directive away. So now that we have this paginate directive, let's look at this other directive called loading. At the leaf level, so the task, I want to say that this can be loaded, so loading and loading. Okay, save. When I have this loading, now I can do a switch statement at this level. I can do here, if is pending, what is pending? If I have my $.data.id is pending, for example, I will display loading. Of course, you will go with crazy CSS here, not with this, but yes. And then else, you want to display something. Okay, to have this working, we have from the root say, I want to opt in loading. So I have to say loading on top here and save it. And if I now go to my network, because my network is fast in my environment, and if I go slow 3G, if I click bicycle here, I navigate to my page to download the JavaScript and everything that is needed. And then I'm able to see loading, 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 and then like 2 things are coming. Good, but we know already that we have a limit of 2. So let's say here loading, and let's specify the count will be 2. And like this, we'll be having exactly the same thing. If I come back to my task, in the meantime, I'm able to also put a p tag here so that the loading will be in the same place as the title and ID here. So I go back to fast 3G, to fast network, home, F5, and now I go back to slow 3G. And if I go to bicycle, now it's downloading my JavaScript part, then moving to the next page. I have my 2 loading, and now when my data is back, I have my check tire pressure. Everything is good. It's just adding this loading directive. You see that we have 2 distinct things. One thing is about SvelteKit and the component itself. The other thing is about data and semantic of data. And here we say data can load. Okay, very cool. So now that we are able to load things also in a pretty granular manner, let's have a look at how to mutate data and add information. And for this, we will create a new category. So for that, I will create a new component here. So add category, for example, .result. And in this add category, I will have an input of type text. I will bind this value to name, okay, and then script. Yes, I will have let name is nothing, okay, and I will have my form. In my form, I have a button, add, yes, and when I do on submit, we call save. Okay, so now if I go back to my page and I add at the bottom here this add category, save, I should have this coming here. So of course not throttling, so that is not throttling. So we can say new thing, add, and it's removing the new thing. It's not adding here because we didn't do anything. Okay, so now let's add here the mutation. And for that, we will do let's add, and we'll do equals to GraphQL, and the GraphQL coming from Houdini, and we'll open our template tag. And in our template tag, it's exactly like the GraphQL we had before. So I can start typing mutation. We do add category, for example. And in there, I'm able to write down my mutation of create category. And you remember that it needed an input. In the input, I need a name. And the name will be of $name, for example, which will be the title. And then I need to return something. So if I return category, name, for example, is good. So since it needs the $name here, I need to pass it as an input. And it will be a type string. If I say that, you can see that Houdini creates me the add category. And the add category now is a mutation available. So if I come here and say add dot, I have this store where I can mutate things. And in the mutate, I can do control space here, and you can see that you have the variable name. So in here, if I put the name, then it will mutate with the name. Let me save this and put an wait. So I need an sync, and all this should be good. So from SvelteKit add. And if now we refresh, we have something coming from SvelteKit. Okay, everything good, but we need it to refresh, which is not the best experience ever. Moreover, that we have one list here coming with the name, and we have another list coming with maybe other fields. So let's have a look at how to deal with that. If I go back to my plus page.jQuery, here I have my list of items with the ID and the name. And on the items here, I can add list and say that this list, the name is called L_category for the list of categories, for example. And if I say that, it updated this, of course, but it will update something else as well. So if I go back to my add category, in here, I'm able to say _lcate, which was the list that I created just before, insert. And if I say that, it will refresh everything, of course. And now if I do, let me open this in big, for example, so I have no request here, from SvelteKit number 2, add. And now, with only one GraphQL request, we can see here, it's only one GraphQL request, which was the mutation, create category. We also filled the list here. So we don't need to do a F5 anymore. It's already appending into the list with just this little fragment here called, with the name of the list, _insert. The really cool thing as well is that if I go back here to this plus page.jQuery, I can improve the requirement of this thing here, and maybe say in here I want to see also the total count of task category. And it increased the number of things I want from the fragment. And in the page here, instead of just displaying the name, I want to display also the task category.total count. If I say that, now I have the number of tasks in each category, okay? And now I didn't change anything in my mutation, so I can do from SvelteKit number 3, add. It will directly do the mutation for sure, and do the query with this total count included. So you don't need to think about, oh, this list has this number of data, now I have to return this or that. No, everything is self-contained. Everything works with component. Everything works together with fragment. Fragment is one of the biggest things on GraphQL. Of course, in here you can have a const result equals this, and do it log result. And if I log just this result, if I do a, for example, add, you can see that the data category, the category is new. Why is it new? Probably because we got an error. So in here we can say not only category, but I want to see errors. And errors depending on the type name. So on error, I want to see the message. And if I now trigger again the enter, I'm able to see that data create error. We had an error. Name is too short. Okay, so my server doesn't accept one character. Okay, so now we can extract this for sure in a separate logic and do something around the name that the name is too short. All right. So one good thing is also about this one schema, which is somehow the contract between the client and the server. So let's go back here and let's pretend that in our backend, someone is changing something in a field, which sometimes happens. And I don't do anything on my client code. And Houdini, which is checking the schema from time to time, tell me, oh, cannot query title from the type task. And fortunately, if I go to my div here, I can see directly that, oh, yeah, in create task input, it doesn't require now a title, but a title name. And you can see that, yes, it seems that the whole title was renamed to title name. So either you go to your backend team and say that, please do something. This is a breaking, it's a breaking something, but you are ensured about consistency. And this is the key point. You want to have this consistency and you want to be aware as soon as there is something inconsistent. It's not just praying on the runtime part that the return of a fetch doesn't return title anymore, but title name, right? You heard probably about another topic called persisted queries. What is it about? I think there is two angles to see that, or three or four, I don't know. But the first one is about security. One thing is that you don't want to enable anything from your endpoint, right? Because a customer can do like very nasty queries, very, very deep and everything. So you want to avoid this thing, and doing so, you have to enable persisted queries. Like this, the server will be able to answer just with an ID, with a hash. And fortunately, if you go to this $Houdini, you have this persisted queries.json. And in there, we write down the list of all the queries possible in your application, and you can see that add category, categories, and everything is now an ID or a hash. Now you just need to give this to your server, and you need to allow this to your server to only being able to execute these three things. So it's two advantages. First one is security, because you need to know the hash to be able to execute something. You cannot execute random thing. Second thing is about the weight of what you transfer from your client to your server. Now you don't need to transfer the full query, which is it's quite light, but now you just need to transfer a hash, which is also a nice benefit, right? And then, of course, I cannot leave without speaking about the very famous GraphQL N+1 issue that everyone is talking about on Twix. But let me tell you something, it's not a GraphQL thing. Let's have a look at our example. So we take our architecture, and over there we have tasks and categories, right? With GraphQL, when we want tasks and categories, we will do something like this. So we want all the tasks, and then the items, we want the title, and then for each task, we want the category and the name. This will be sent to the server, and over there we'll have few queries. The first one will select all the tasks, and then we'll have as many select from categories where the ID of the category ID is here. And this is what is called the N+1 problem, because yes, you can get a lot of SQL queries, which is not that good. So let's have a look now at the REST side of it. I put in place some pseudocode here. So first we get the task, and then on each task we will get the category to get the name. So first request will happen here, then we go back to the browser, and then we do multiple other requests to get the category name. So here we have even a bigger problem, I would say, is that the N+1 issue is a network issue and an SQL issue, while on GraphQL it's only an SQL issue. Of course, it's not what we want. But everything about this relates me to this very famous thing. I think that we will write to N+1 issue very fast. So people from the REST side will tell me it's easy, just create another endpoint called task and category. And yes, it's true. On the front end now you have only one thing, and then we will fetch this task and category, and this will result in one very nice SQL statement with a from and a join, and this is the most optimized thing. Very good. Now on the right side, on GraphQL, are we stuck with our SQL queries? Actually, no. There is already the traditional data loaders, where it will not go down to one SQL query, but to two, which is probably good enough in 99% of your cases. If you want to know more, there is a data loader 3.0 talk that was done by Jens from Wondergraph. Actually, it's rethinking about how to use data loaders. Very interesting talk. And then there's also another initiative called Graphas from Benji, where at this level, he's able to go to this one SQL statement with a join. So pretty good researches. And if you see, it's at the bottom right, so meaning that all this happened on the server, meaning that on the front end, there is zero change. And this is the best thing out of it. When you have a struggle with performance and data and something, you look into your server and optimize things over there. But on the front end part, no change. So you require all the tasks and the categories the same way. And this, I think, is a huge benefit. Thank you very much for listening to all what I had to say. If you want to come and join the conversation, go simply on Houdini on GitHub, and we will be happy to welcome you there and teach you all the stuff about GraphQL. Thank you very much again, and have a nice end of Svelte Summit. Bye-bye.
Can we rest a bit?
So I accidentally cut off the video there, but yeah, sorry about that, Jean-Yves. That was fun.
Yeah.
I'm not a big GraphQL person, so I learned a lot. I
I had
especially like.
used, sorry,
Go ahead.
go ahead. I had used it before when I used Gatsby, and I don't know, I liked it at the time, and then I think I've gotten more into Rust now. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
No, I was just going to say, like, I like the idea of making it less boilerplatey. And
Mhm.
I saw in the chat as well, one thought that I had that popped into my mind during the talk was, since you had the plus page.gql thing, and you then instantly had the access to the data in the Svelte page, could you use it with a regular .server.ts file as well? And turns out you can. So that's
Oh,
good.
yeah, without having to do the load data.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
All right. Next up.
yeah. Did you want to say anything? We posted like a little fun fact about Jean-Yves in the chat, and he actually wrote the code that controls the elevator inside the Eiffel Tower. Someone was saying in the Discord chat, and we thought that was really cool. We posted it in the YouTube chat too, but that's incredible.
Yeah. Does that mean, does it cost money to go up the Eiffel Tower? Does that
I'm
mean,
sure it does.
does that mean that Jean-Yves has some secret codes that he can give us so we can just like go up for free?
Does that mean that Jean-Yves like gets
Unlimited rides in the elevator?
no, does he get, what do you call money that you get for something over time, like every time somebody does something?
Oh,
I'm so bad at
no?
words sometimes. It's like when you sing a song and then you get rights to it. It's like
Royalties.
copyright. Royalties, that's it. Yes. Royalties.
Let's hope he does get royalties.
Chat, thank you for
'Cause
helping.
that elevator has to be used a lot.
Yes, right? I mean, like lots of times a day. Yes, it should be a talk about the Eiffel Tower, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, let's move on. Okay. Who do we have up next? I don't even know where we're at. Oh, it's time for Dominik. Yes, Dominik is a popular speaker. We have Dominik on almost every Svelte Summit. This is Dominik with a K, not Dominik with a C. Now that we have two Dominik G's, I feel like we have to clarify every time.
Yeah. But they're both named Dominik G. So they have a
Dominik
last name that
G.
start with
I
C.
did try to get ChatGPT because I'm not a very funny person. I tried to get ChatGPT to give me a good joke, and it's terrible at writing jokes, to be honest. So I couldn't come up with a good joke. But Dominik G is a Svelte core maintainer. He's joining us today. He's worked on many of the amazing tools that you've seen. The Svelte, what do we call
Inspector?
the Svelte tool? The Svelte Inspector, Svelte DevTools, the Svelte Ecosystem tooling, Vite, lots of the tools that you know and love, Dominik G has worked on. So welcome him to the stage to talk about the Svelte Ecosystem-ci.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Dominik G. Please allow me to introduce Svelte Ecosystem-ci. But what is the Svelte ecosystem? Well, according to Twitter, it's small. We know it, you know it, we've heard it all. The usual responses are, but you can use all the JS libraries, so it's really not small, or Svelte comes with a lot of batteries included, so you don't need that many libraries. But what is it? It's frameworks like SvelteKit or Astro or even Routify or others. And then there are plugins for many bundlers and other tools. And a lot of libraries are there as well. It's a lot to choose from. And we also have a lot of tools like the language tools, the new DevTools extension, and ESLint and Prettier plugins, and a lot of other things that make our developers' lives easier. And of course, there are integrations as well. For example, you can use Svelte in Storybook or Auth.js or Lucia Auth or a lot of other things that make our lives easier and help us and utilities and many things. So even while there might be even more things for other frameworks or ecosystems, there is a lot that makes your Svelte project tick and helps you. And tying all of this together and making sure everything works is, well, a lot of work. So this is where SvelteEcosystem-ci comes in. Every time we change Svelte, we can run the Svelte CI directly, and it tells us if we violate some tests. But SvelteEcosystem-ci allows us to run tests not only of Svelte's own CI, but also of other CIs of packages and projects in our ecosystem. And I've talked about this on ViteConf a lot. Vite uses svelte-ecosystem-ci, which is basically the same principle, but where Vite uses mostly a vertical approach where it tests things that build on Vite. In SvelteEcosystem-ci, it's much more of a horizontal approach where we test things that use Svelte and also things that build on Svelte, of course. Most importantly, SvelteKit, but it's more about making sure that things work for Svelte and not for various other things. So it's a little bit different, but the technical principle is the same. And it allows us to give a better feedback and learn about things that would break if we did something wrong. So today we already have many of the packages we have in the Svelte organization, and also some third-party things that we added just to see that it works. This is great also because we are able to have our packages in different monorepos, because something like ESLint plugin Svelte has very different needs than Vite plugin Svelte or SvelteKit. So putting everything together in just one single monorepo so you can test it together is very difficult. It puts a burden on contributors because they have to find their way around a huge monorepo. It also makes organization and releases a lot harder because we use change sets, and if we had like 50 packages with different release schedules and majors, it would become really, really complicated. But with Ecosystem-ci, we have the opportunity to still run tests across these monorepo borders, and this helps us in a great way to see where things can go wrong. And it's not hard to add your project either. It's not limited to first-party Svelte org projects. So if you have a library that's published on NPM and you have a test suite that covers your use of Svelte and you want to be able to test it with upcoming Svelte releases, this is all you have to do to add your test suite to SvelteEcosystem-ci. And I would like to invite all of you to think about the projects you want to see here and to help us broaden the scope of SvelteEcosystem-ci so we can get even better coverage in the future. It's a nice way to collaborate and monitor the changes so that when a wild fail appears, we can have a look at it together and figure out a way to change things and improve it so that it doesn't happen for our users. In this instance, it's actually showing that the error happened because a change in the new major version of Vite plugin Svelte for Vite 5 breaks SvelteKit, because SvelteKit uses a type that was exported by Vite plugin Svelte version 2 that Vite plugin Svelte version 3 no longer exports. So we actually are going to have to change SvelteKit slightly so that SvelteKit can work together with Vite plugin Svelte version 3. This hasn't been done yet, but well, maybe somebody wants to take a look and change it. The preprocessor group needs to be imported from Svelte and not from Vite plugin Svelte. So once we have monitored the results and resolved the fails, it's a continuous effort to guard our ecosystem from having these fails in releases and breaking users' projects. And when Ecosystem-ci has green results, it's a lot easier to do new releases that work seamlessly for everyone. So speaking of new releases, you've heard about runes maybe. If not, well, today there's a lot of talk about runes, I guess. One of the things Svelte 5 with runes is going to enable is it allows you to write reactive code in modules that are not Svelte files, but JavaScript files. More correctly, it's .svelte.js, at least in the way we envision it currently. And this is how you could create some state that is a counter. The syntax might change a little bit, but the gist will still be you are going to use a rune inside a .svelte.js file, and when it runs through the Svelte compiler, it is going to apply some magic to make it work in your Svelte application. Now, the great thing about this is that this can also be done in libraries. So we can share reactive code between each other. But to do this in an appropriate manner so that bundler plugins can find it and give it to the Svelte compiler to compile, there is one important thing you should do, and this is you should export this code through the Svelte exports condition in your package.json. Meet plugin Svelte version 3 is going to log a warning for libraries that do not have this exports condition. It's a newer standard that is basically a replacement for the Svelte field in the top level of package.json. You don't have to remove the Svelte field right now. It still serves as a legacy fallback option, so older versions of bundler plugins can find it. But if you want to export rune code in .svelte.js files from your libraries, please always do so from the exports condition. Otherwise, it might not work correctly. And this is something we need to find a convention for, and this is the suggestion we currently have. If you think there is a better one, speak up, but please don't do custom things, and then bundler plugins are going to have a hard time catching up. So that being said, I'm so excited what all of you are going to come up with. Building things with runes and Svelte modules is going to be awesome. I can't wait. Please blow my mind away and continue being awesome. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much, Safi Red. He built the great Discord and GitHub integration for ecosystem-ci. Otameshi for building ESLint plugin Svelte and being very on top of the ecosystem-ci for this. Also, all the maintainers and contributors to Svelte and the ecosystem-cis. The lovely people at Unsplash for all those great photos. It's been great. Thanks for watching. Have a great Svelte Summit. If you have questions, hit me up in the chat. I'm Dominik. Bye.
Hey, I
Hi.
decided to flip the places for us this time around. 'Cause
Oh,
why not?
cool. Just to
Apparently
throw
there's
people
a
off again.
apparently there's a mini game in the Discord where people are betting on which side I'm going to be on, the left
Oh,
or the right.
fun.
I don't think they're betting money. They're just putting arrows left or right on messages.
I was still laughing from Willow. She said, "Be careful, my hours of pain from packaging is showing," because like I learn something every day, I feel like, in packaging. And I did like the Svelte field, I thought it was like gone, but then you have to put it in the exports field, and we never know what to do. And Pablo said it like you just fiddle around until your test pass or until like it works in another app, and you never know what you're doing. You just have to play with it until it works. And it's
Yeah.
just crazy, like throw the crap at it. I'm trying not to cuss right now. Throw crap at it until it works.
Yep. Pretty much. All right. So we are going to have a short break. We're going to make it a bit shorter than originally intended. So we will see you back here in 14 minutes. So that's 20 past wherever in the world you are at the moment. But over here, it's 20 past 5. And yeah.
All right. See you soon.
See you then.
Bye.
All right, and we're back on our correct sides.
Are you using a different microphone?
Am I?
It sounds different.
Oh, yes, I am. Hello? Hello? Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh, you can't hear me either. Okay, throw the music here. Throw the music back. Oh my gosh, she just left me. Why does this always happen to me, people? Like they just leave me and they're like, just wing it, just chat with the crowd. It'll be fine. How's everyone doing? Did everybody get hydrated? Everybody get some things. I had a protein shake. What did you have? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And
I
now it sounds better.
accidentally,
Okay.
yeah, I accidentally switched the mic and the speaker around in the interface.
Oh, okay.
So I was listening through the microphone, and the microphone doesn't have a speaker. So,
Oh, gotcha.
well,
Okay.
you know,
I was
what's
trying to
Svelte
tell you
Summit
to throw
without
the
some
music back
issues?
on.
Sorry.
I was trying to tell you to throw the music back on.
Oh, well, to me, you were just like waving. So,
No, and I was like, why do they always just tell me to wing it? Like they're always just like leaving me with the crowd. Just wing it. You'll be
oh,
fine.
yeah. And now I'm on the other side. So, who wins this time?
We got both. We both get a point.
Yeah. All right. So, next talk.
Next talk.
Did everyone
You're
have a
up.
nice break? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's what I asked. I asked if everyone got hydrated. Did you have something
Right.
to eat?
Protein shakes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
what
makes
I
sense.
had. I like chugged a protein shake in our 14-minute break. Everyone
Nice.
was complaining about the 14 minutes. Apparently, there are time zones that have only quarter and half hour increments. Like, what is this nonsense?
I don't believe it. I'm just going to deny that. I know they exist, but I don't believe it.
Like, show me proof that these exist.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. So next up we have Steven Stavrakis. So he is a full stack software engineer specializing on web technology. He started as a UX designer and researcher and then grew more into development roles. And so to shore up the gap between design and implementation. So he's talking about the great escape. So breaking out of React with Svelte and Vanilla JS. But I think there's some enhancements to his talk. He updated it last minute. So we shall see what is in his talk.
Very cool.
If I can find the file, and there it is. And here we go.
Hi, my name is Steven Stavrakis, and my presentation is on Svelte for creative development. I'm making this presentation because I've had a problem in the past, and that problem is that building art-directed websites that are heavy on interactions and animations with vanilla HTML and JavaScript kind of sucks. That's because a lot of animation code is relatively repetitive. You have to write a query selector for pretty much every element, you have to add and remove your event listeners, and you have to pull a lot of data attributes off of elements, especially if you want to communicate between different elements across the page. Now, sometimes that leads you to write things like JS classes. These classes quickly become bloated and hard to manage. All the while, we're going to be doing a lot of inserting, appending, and changing HTML with JavaScript, which is hard to debug and isn't fun. But it's pretty much the best way to get it done. Doing it in vanilla JavaScript enables you to have total control over the DOM with maximum performance, no overhead or abstractions from a framework, and the code is easy to share between projects and with other developers. A good solution would be a library that handles the DOM for us, while letting us use declarative programming so that we don't have to fuss with the minutiae of the DOM, offers some state management for orchestrating complex animations, while reducing boilerplate and simplifying our code. And that's where Svelte comes in. It has about 4 hooks and a beautifully simple model for reactivity. It easily integrates with any vanilla JavaScript library. It looks and feels like HTML and JavaScript with a little bit of syntactic sugar. It is performant, lightweight, and easy to include in your project. And it's got a very minimal abstraction layer since it uses direct DOM access to access nodes, as opposed to something like the virtual DOM in React, which is far and away more complex. Let's take a look at something that I did recently for a client. This section, when you click on one of the team members, it animates out and then in on the center, with both the information and the image. It's a pretty simple animation, but that took 3 classes, totaling 344 lines of code. By comparison, here is an example that I made recently with Svelte. It applies the exact same animations with just the missing dashed outline on these member thumbs. And that example is composed of 2 components and 183 lines of code. That's about 50% less code, a little more actually. And it was 2 times easier to write. Now, a quick note about animation libraries. The 3 I hear about the most when it comes to vanilla JS animation libraries are GSAP, AnimeJS, and Motion1. Of these 3, I use GSAP. I'm a moderator on the forum. I've gotten a lot of help from the team. They're a really great team of developers that interact with the community a lot, and the product is incredibly reliable. So I can't recommend it enough. All right, let's take a basic GSAP example. When I click the red box, it moves to the right. Here in the code, we import GSAP. We have the animate on click function, which takes an event, destructures the target off, and tweens its X position to the right by 100. We select the box, we add an event listener, and if we ever need to, we remove the event listener. By comparison in Svelte, we import GSAP. We define the same animate on click function, but we use an element directive here to attach the animate on click function on the click event. Now, whenever the element is created, this will add the event listener, and whenever it's destroyed, it will remove the event listener. We can extract that out for a beautifully clean component. A more advanced example. So this is a site that I saw in the awards. The effect is pretty simple itself. When you hover over something, the background text animates up in a staggered fashion, and also when you hover over the tile, the text in the bottom left animates up as seen. Let's think through how exactly we would achieve this. So we're going to create a store to hold the current section text. We're going to provide that store to the tile components. When the mouse enters or leaves, we're going to change that store value. And while we could do number 4 like this, it's better to express it in a different way, which is when the text value changes, we're going to let Svelte handle that change. And then we're going to use the in and out element directives to execute our animations for us. What are the in and out directives? These are directives that take a transition function, which somehow manipulates DOM via either JavaScript or CSS, in our case JavaScript. The in function runs right after the element is mounted, and the out function runs before it is unmounted. You get these transition functions either from the transition module, or you can define your own custom function, which is what we're going to do. This function takes a node as its first argument and an arbitrary parameter as its second. Here I have just a config object. We go ahead and write our tween, and we're going to set this tween to be paused by default. And that's because when we return from a transition function, one of the things we have to return is either a CSS or a tick function. Both of these do relatively the same thing, but in our case we're using tick, where t is a value between 0 and 1 that gets incremented gradually. If you know anything about animations, this is just a tween. The way it works is effectively when you do a GSAP tween, GSAP animates between 0 and 1 for that particular animation. And here we're letting Svelte do the work for us, and basically it's like grabbing a YouTube playhead and drag it forward and back. In our case, just forward. So you can see every time tick runs, t updates to a new value, and then we set tween progress to that value. It's between 0 and 1. We have our ease, then our delay off of the config, and then our duration. So the actual Svelte, we're going to have our writable, and we're going to import our transition functions, fade and text in, which is our custom one. We have our tile components. We're going to import our section data. We set up a current section store. We set up a piece of local state. Whenever the section store updates, we update that local state. We have a key block, which listens to the current section local state, and when that changes, it'll re-render what's in the block. On the span, we're going to have the in and out directives. We pass a delay of 200 and a duration of 200 so that when the in doesn't start until the out has definitely finished. We consume the current section value here, or if it's null, we just return an empty string. And then for each section, we give it its section data as well as the current section store. We export current section so that it's available as a prop. On mouse enter, that current section is going to be set to the title, and then otherwise it's going to be set to null. We can go ahead and take a look, and this is our example, and it works really beautifully. It looks great. But you'll also notice that in the bottom left of the tiles, that text is already animating. How's that working? Well, that's because we have this action that we've applied via the use directive. Now, an action is a function that takes a node as its argument and returns a destroy function. The action runs when the element is created, and then when the element is destroyed, it runs the destroy function. So you do all your setup, and then in the destroy function, you do your cleanup. So here we have all of our animations. At the bottom, we add this event listener, and then when we return, we destroy that event listener. And we add it using the split animation. The in and out directive works in this case, but sometimes we want a little bit more control than the transition function grants us, and it doesn't make sense to use in and out directives. When that's the case, let's think through what an animation like the Bromnow site would look like. First, an event occurs, then the element animates out, the state changes, and then the element animates in. We'd have a piece of local state, a ref. That ref goes onto the element via the bind directive, bind this. We have a change thing function, which takes a new piece of data, a parent timeline, an out timeline. When that out timeline is complete, we change state. We have an in timeline, arbitrary animation on the out timeline, arbitrary animation on the in timeline, and then the parent timeline. So here, the out timeline will run. When it's done, the state will change, and then the in timeline will run. We have the local state consumed by line 25, and on line 26, we click execute change thing with a new piece of text. Svelte really does solve some of our problems. It allows us to manage the DOM in an intuitive and reactive way. It allows us to hook into elements with element directives like use, in, out, and on. It allows us to orchestrate complex animations across elements with simple state management. It performs great, and it uses a very nice HTML templating syntax. But it's a little bit give and take. Transition functions are relatively unwieldy, and they don't fit the paradigm we're looking for where we want to run vanilla animations. That and Svelte isn't always necessary for one-off interactions or button animations or something like that. Going forward, I'm going to be using Svelte a lot more in my projects. Since I use Astro, whenever I need something more complex, I can just drop in a Svelte component. Since Svelte works so well with vanilla JavaScript, any animations I've written for my HTML components in Astro will just work in Svelte by default. Svelte is lightweight, works great, and I'm glad to be adding it to my toolkit. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out on my website. Otherwise, I hope you learned something today.
And we're back.
I think on the same side.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
That was a fun talk.
Yeah, that was fun. It used, like someone said in chat, Matthias said in chat, Animotion.
Yeah. I think that Animotion is actually a library.
Oh, is that the library that it used? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fun play on animation, but
Right. Yeah. Well, maybe it is at the same time, right?
Yeah, maybe it's both.
Yeah. All right. Next talk.
Next
You're up,
talk.
Brittany. It's an easy
Yeah,
name. Go for it.
my turn. Yeah, my turn to butcher another name. Hopefully not. Next up, we have Romain I'Ourson. Yeah, hopefully that's
Yeah.
right. But he used to calculate flutter on aeronautical structures. That sounds just incredible. And now builds web apps because, according to them, it's more fun. Because, yeah. And we're going to hear today about translating the docs. I'm actually really interested in this because I'm going to be writing lots of docs soon. So let's get into the next talk.
All right.
Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Romain, and as you have noticed from my accent, I'm French. Today, I wanted to talk to you about translating the Svelte documentation to French or any other language. You might think that it's quite useless to translate the documentation to another language, since it already exists in English and developers should learn English anyway. And to some extent, I agree with you. But at the same time, when you're a beginner, it's hard enough as it is to read through documentation of some technology you don't fully master. But it's twice as hard if you have to do it in another language. So I wanted to make the effort of translating the docs to help beginners, French or French-speaking beginners, to get their hands as fast as possible on this great tool that is Svelte. So let's take a tour into the docs now. So as you can see here, we are on svelte-fr.dev and we have the docs in French. This is the home page, but we also have like the whole documentation here. Any page on this documentation is translated. We also have this glossary section that I'm going to talk about later here. And of course, we translated the tutorial and the kit docs, which is just fresh out of the oven. How did we do this? Well, of course, we had to start with forking the official repo. And just before we go into the details, I just wanted to mention that on this repo here, Svelte Society FR Svelte, you can find this file that also is referenced here, read more here, translating, which is basically what I'm going to present, but in written. Okay, now we're going to go into the actual translations. So this is done in several folders. The main folder obviously is the documentation folder here, which is divided in 4 sections. We did not translate everything here. Some things were not as relevant. For instance, the blog section, we did not translate anything here because frankly it was too much work and we didn't feel like it was very relevant, but you might feel different about it. The other folder we did not translate is tutorial here. This tutorial is the legacy tutorial. It's a little bit different from the one that you can find in the repo learn.svelte.dev. This is only displayed to people with older browsers, and it would have been relevant to translate it, but it's so much work, we preferred to just focus on the most recent stuff. What we did translate, on the other hand, is the docs here. The documentation/docs folder is where you're going to spend most of your time. This is divided in chapters, and every chapter has sections. Every section is a file with a lot of text to translate. We did not translate the folder or file names here, which we could have. These are only useful for the URLs here. For instance, here, this is just the English URL, but the name here is in French. We did not feel like it was important, but it might be for SEO purposes. Yeah. So we did not translate any folder or file names in the docs folder, but we did translate the subheadings, like this one. This might break the build of the site, since some other files might reference a link to this section, and if you do change the subheading, it will change the link. So when you're building the site, you might encounter some errors due to missing links, and you just have to find where the missing links are located and just update according to your translation. And finally, we also translated the example section, which is a collection of examples related to Svelte, and this was quite easy. We just needed to translate some text to make it more consistent with the actual French documentation. This is not the most important, but it felt also interesting to do it. So yeah, this is pretty much it for this folder. Just know that this will take you a long time to translate. About, I don't know, 2 or 3 months maybe it took for me. So yeah, this is where you're going to spend the most of your time. Once you're done with this, you are going to be left with some elements that are not translated. For instance, this part here, which is edit this page on GitHub, or this part here on this page, or even here the search. All these elements are not in the MD files since they're UI elements. These UI elements you can find under sites, svelte.dev, src, lib, and routes. This is where we're going to find them. For instance, we can go here, layout.svelte, and this holds, for instance, a navigation element with a slot and something that you can translate here. So there are going to be a lot of elements that you're going to have to find to translate them, but we have listed here some files that contains text that you might want to translate. This might not be exhaustive, but this is a good way to start. So you translated UI elements, you translated the docs, obviously, but you are still missing some stuff. You might not know this, but in the docs there are some sections. For instance, in the TypeScript section, here types, you have some documentation and some stuff here, for instance, that you want to translate as well. These are not present in the Markdown files. You are going to find these in other files like interfaces.d.ts, public.d.ts that are all located in the packages svelte, src, blah, blah, blah. For instance, let's take runtime action, public.d.ts. Yeah, here, for instance, there are comments in .d.ts files. So you're going to have to translate them as well, so if you want to have like this kind of text translated. So once you did that, when you translated the UI elements, you translated the docs, you translated the types, you're pretty much done. We still added something. I was talking about this earlier. We added the glossary. The glossary might not be relevant for every language, but we felt it was necessary. The problem is there are some words in French that we use in English. These are called anglicisms. Like, for instance, we use callback when we speak French, because the actual word that we could use in French, which is fonction de rappel, we never use. Don't ask me why, I don't know. This is just a habit. So these words we did not want to translate because it would be too different from the actual usage of the language. So we wanted to keep them as is in the documentation. The problem still is that some people, especially beginners, would not understand such words. Like for me, when I started, callback was a mystery. I didn't know what it was. So we wanted to provide some way for these people to know what we're talking about, even if we're leaving the words in English. So this is the glossary, and we added some words there, like for general development purposes, or web, or JavaScript even, Svelte. Some sections with words in it, for instance, the callback section here describes roughly what a callback is, and this is enough just to get more or less what it is about. So these words, you're going to find links to these words in other sections. For instance, in the introduction, you can find here a link to falsy, or here a link to framework. We try to have a style which is not too disturbing when reading here. And if you click the link here, you get to the explanation of what falsy is. This glossary section might not be relevant in every language, but we felt in French it was necessary. So once you're there, it's pretty much the end of it. The only thing you need to do is deploy, which is fairly easy since this is deployed with Vercel, and SvelteKit integrates very well with Vercel. The only thing you might need to do is to set up some environment variables. For those who don't know, the Svelte site includes a REPL, and this REPL uses a Superbase instance. So you are going to need a Superbase instance of your own, and provide with these environment variables if you want to deploy correctly. So I'm not going to dig into the details here. You have some instructions provided with this file. And once you did that, you should be able to deploy, provided that you did not break any links with your translation. And if you did, well, you just need to fix these links. And once you're there, all you need to do now is choose a domain name, which is not so easy, and deploy. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I did not go through every detail, but if you want, you have the full explanation here with all the steps we took to make this translation possible. And yeah, I really hope this will be useful to some of you. And if you have any question, don't hesitate to ping me. Thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
And we are back.
And
Hello.
we're back.
Yeah.
Hi.
Translating the docs.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
and like sort of another I-18N internationalization talk, but
Yep.
more in depth.
And very focused on the Svelte docs. So,
yes, about Svelte.
So apparently earlier when we watched the other internationalization talk, I accidentally cut off the end of the video where Samuel had put in a short in memory of Ivan Hofer screen. Really sorry about that. It will of course be up on the YouTube channel when the full videos go up. Yeah. All right. So
apologies for that.
Yeah, definitely did not mean to do that. Next up, do you want to take this one, or is it's me, right?
It's your turn, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so this talk is by Paolo Ricciuti.
Oh, nice accent.
I don't know.
Maybe you got it.
Maybe, we'll see. Paolo is probably in the chat and he'll say yes, no, or something. So Paolo won the Svelte Hackathon, Svelte Labs, one of the categories with Svelte Labs with Antonio. And now he's going to talk about enhance, probably not images like Ben's talk, but I would
probably
think maybe
forms,
or I think actions.
Actions. Well, isn't that form actions?
There is the enhance action. for forms, but I think it's more of a general thing. I guess we'll see.
We'll see. We're all going to
Yeah.
be surprised.
All right, here we go.
This is the classic situation in a TV series, right? The police need to catch the bad guy, but they only have a blurred frame from the CCTV. So the main one asks the tech guy to zoom in and enhance. And this is not something that you might actually ever happen to you in real life. But if you work with me, it might happen that I tell you to enhance something. Now, before you move on with your life, asking yourself why this weirdo like the word enhance so much, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Paolo Ricciuti, and I come from Campobasso, Italy, the land of pizza. And you can find me as Paolo Ricciuti on Twitter. I should say X, but it's Twitter. You can find me as Paolo Ricciuti on GitHub. I'm a Svelte ambassador, which means that I am basically don't shut up about Svelte enough that the maintainers decide to make it official. And I'm a full stack software engineer at Main Matter, which is very cool because I get to work with Svelte, but also I get to teach Svelte because we are running a workshop. You can scan the QR code if you want, but also because we do what's called team augmentation, which means that basically we empower our clients to learn Svelte so that they can maintain the project themselves. And the reason why I might tell to you enhance is because I'm very keen on progressive enhancement. So what progressive enhancement is? This is from Wikipedia. Progressive enhancement is a strategy in web design that puts emphasis on the web content first, allowing everyone to access the basic content and functionality of a web page, whilst users with additional browser feature or faster internet access receive the enhanced version instead. Now, there are a couple of points that I want to point out. First, everyone to access the basic content. This is very, very important. You want everyone in the world to access your website. Like, this is very, very important for e-commerce, for example, but in general, whichever kind of website you are building, you want the most people to access it, right? So even one with like low internet connection that lives in poor countries that are under the tube, so they don't like there's no signal, that are behind a firewall that blocks JavaScript. So all of these people needs to access your website, and the one that have faster internet connection, that have data available that are not behind a firewall, they will get an enhanced version instead. And this is very important because this tells you something. It's not important to serve the exact same experience both from the one that are not using JavaScript and one that are using JavaScript. Now, small spoiler ahead and small I want to advise you, like I will be using Melt UI for some of those examples. Melt UI is a very cool component library for Svelte that it's a headless component library. So they just provide you with the behavior and you can style your component however you want. But one important bit is that the reason why I'm using Melt UI is not because it's bad, but just because they are providing you with component that does not exist in HTML. So they need to use JavaScript to actually make it work. And so this means that, I mean, out of the box, they don't work without JavaScript. And in this talk, we will see ways to hopefully make them work. So let's go ahead and start with the very first example. This is a very simple page, right? You have a form with an input autocomplete, a button to submit the form. The form is actually using the get method. So it's basically, it will update the URL, the load function will run. And then, I mean, if what we are searching, like this is just to get if we are actually searched something or not. If we found something, we show the title and the thumbnail. Otherwise, we show no video found. And the input autocomplete is very, very simple. You have a list of suggestions and this function, fetch suggestion, that just go ahead and fetch the autocomplete with the query and return the JSON and set the value. Like the value, by default is void. And on input, you just fetch the suggestions. And down there is this UL, and you show the list of suggestions. Obviously, this can be done better. You should handle like race condition and all this stuff, but it's out of the scope of this talk. It's just to make a point, right? So let's see how does this look. Now, as you can see, we have two browser windows here, and this is the load function that is running that I told you before. And the reason why I show you this is because there is an error here. I mean, it's not exactly an error, but this doesn't help with progressive enhancement. And you will see a lot of these browser windows inside this presentation. And I want to point out that these are literally the same page. There are two iframes, and this one has JavaScript enabled, this one has JavaScript disabled. So this is literally the same page. Let's see how this input autocomplete work. I can type here, and if I try Gelf, for example, I get this Gelf Reach, Svelte Transition Accessibility. I click here, it will get autocomplete, and I search, and I get this very wonderful presentation from Gelf on Svelte Transition and Accessibility from Svelte Fall Summit. Now, if I try to do the same thing here, as I've said, JavaScript is disabled. And this means that this input autocomplete cannot work. I have to rely on the basic input. But if I try to search, no video found. Why? Well, because inside my load function, I assumed that everyone would have used my autocomplete. And so I just basically search from the Svelte Summit talk with a triple equal. So I just tell, okay, if the title is equal to the search, just go ahead and show the show. Otherwise, return undefined null. So one simple way to fix this, it's this. Object title includes search. This is it's a very simple fix, but it works. Now, when I have JavaScript, I can use the accessibility, I can use my autocomplete, and I search and I get the talk. But the user that doesn't have JavaScript because maybe they are behind a firewall or because they don't have faster internet, so it's still downloading, and I search Gelf and I search, I still get the same result. So this tells us a couple of things. First, whenever possible, try to use HTML elements that are already capable of sending the information to the server, like form, button, link, input, right? So those are designed to send information to the server, and you should use them whenever possible. So in this case, we were already using an input, and we were just enhancing the experience of the input for the user that has JavaScript. Second, when you receive data, always assume the form or the link has been submitted without JavaScript and act accordingly. This is very important because if you assume that the one that use your application does not have JavaScript, you can modify your server-side code to allow for progressive enhancement. Let's move to another example. This is another very normal and easy example, right? So I have this form with this data SvelteKit keep focus, which means that like if there is JavaScript enabled, when you submit the form, it will not lose focus on the input. And then you have this input with a name of search, and on input we are just requesting the submit of the form. This means that whenever we type, we get auto submission, the URL will update, the load function will update, and this list of ambassadors will update. And so basically we can filter them on the server side. So let's see how it works. Now, if I try to search Thomas, I get Thomas, Enrico, I get Enrico, Kev, I get Kev. So this is very cool, right? But this has a huge problem without JavaScript, because if I try to search Thomas, obviously this on input will never run because we don't have JavaScript. And what's worse is that we cannot submit this form. I mean, in this very case, given that there is just a single input, the browser helps you, and if you tap enter, it will actually submit the form. But this is only true for one input. So if there was another input, it would have not worked, but also the user would have no way of sending this information to the server. So they basically could not use your website. The fix to this is very simple. Just add a button. So if you add a button, you can style it however you want, obviously, and this will allow the user to submit the form. So inside this part, if I have JavaScript, I can search for Thomas. I don't have to use the button, but I can if I want. But when I don't have JavaScript, I can search and I can tap the button to get the result that I want. So this also teaches us a couple of things. First, always provide a fallback to submit a form without JavaScript. Don't assume your user will have JavaScript. So even if it's, controversial, always provide a button inside a form. And also don't be afraid of changing the design if that leads to better UX. Like in this case, the original design didn't feature a button, but it's better for our users. So you should fight for your users to have a better experience. And this is very important when you are not the one making the design. We work with designers, so sometimes it might happen that the designer just didn't think about the user because maybe they tell, well, a button it's bad, it's ugly. So fight with your designers to allow your users to use your platform. Let's move to the next example, right? Here we have a very cool form. We have a select, which contains all the tutorial from learn.svelte.dev, and it's a form method post, so we can submit this form and we get the tutorial back from inside the form object. And if we have the tutorial back, we say visit the tutorial and we show the link for the tutorial, right? Very simple. Now, this is a multi-UI select. And as you can see, it's very good, like it's styled different. It provides extra information, like what part of the tutorial is there. And this is just a probably silly example because I designed it and I kind of suck at design. But you can imagine that, for example, you are selecting a country and you want to show the flag or something similar. Now, there are ways to do that in HTML, in raw HTML that are coming, but it's not supported yet. And also this is a combo box, so I can actually literally search for something. So I can say, for example, a weight, and I search for a weight. So, it's very cool, right? And it works, but it has a huge problem. Again, without JavaScript, this can't exist. This is an input, but as long as I click here, I don't get anything, and I cannot select anything, and I cannot search anything, right? So it's a very bad user experience. So how can we fix this? What we want is that inside our select, we are using the melt select and passing the tutorials as options and with the name of tutorial. We want that if there's no JavaScript, I want a normal select, right? It might be a way of thinking. How can we achieve this? Now, there are ways to style things differently when there is JavaScript and when there's not. One way is with actions. So an actions in Svelte is something that you can attach to an element. And in this case, what I'm doing is that I'm creating this action, remove class. And this remove class action take a node and the class to remove, and simply does node.classlist.remove to remove. Very, very easy, right? Then you create this div, you initialize it with a class of Node.js, and then you use remove class Node.js. You then can style this Node.js with an opacity of 0.2. For example, you could say display none, for example. And this means that when JavaScript kicks in, this action will run, will remove the class, and the style will change. Very easy, right? So as you can see, up there, like the style in the JS word has changed, and the style in the non-JS word is still opacity 0.2. But this has a problem. The problem is that if you have two input, like the melt UI select and the normal select inside a form with the same name, even if one is display none, it will still submit. So on the server, we will still get Some browsers send both information, so you get two values. Some others just override the previous one. So this is very risky and you should not do it. What do we want is that we want that when there's no JavaScript, we just show the single normal select. When there's JavaScript, we swap that with the new multi-UI select. And the way we can do this with very, very simple component. This is literally just this 5 line of code. I call it noSSR, and this basically allows you to show nothing if during SSR. So if you wrap something inside this noSSR component, it will not show up during SSR. And you can also provide a fallback, which is very useful in this case. And how it works is that it uses the await block in Svelte with an already resolved promise. So this will resolve as soon as JavaScript kicks in. I did some experiment, and this is the fastest that it's the first thing that actually changes when JavaScript kicks in. So basically this will resolve as soon as JavaScript kicks in. And this means that during server-side rendering, this will not resolve because JavaScript is not there yet, and the fallback will be shown. But as soon as JavaScript kicks in, the other slot, the default slot, will be shown. So how can we use this? We can import the melt select. We can import the normal select. We can import the noSSR component and the tutorials. And what I say is that inside this noSSR, I put the melt select as the default. So this is what will not be rendered during server-side rendering, and it will be rendered when JavaScript kicks in. And I add a slot of fallback to this normal select, and this means that this will be rendered during server-side rendering. The result is this. Can you spot the difference? Personally, I cannot. They are styled the same, but now the very cool thing is that when I click here, I get this very cool solution with Melt UI, and I can click and I can search and I can submit the form and it works. But when the user has no JavaScript, so even for the first millisecond that has no JavaScript, this is a normal select. And I mean, it's uglier. You cannot search, you cannot style these things differently, but at least the user can still use your website. Very cool, right? So with this kind of technique, there is also another thing that you might think it's impossible to actually make it work. And this is a dialogue. A dialogue is a very weird piece of information, weird piece of component, because we actually use dialogues a lot, but they are completely reliant on JavaScript. So I can open the dialogue and I get my content. Obviously, this is a silly dialogue, and I can close the dialogue. Very cool. But I mean, it's a problem because without JavaScript, it doesn't work. So obviously, you should also think about what do you put inside a dialogue, because if you put something super key, super important, you should probably find a way to not put it in a dialogue. But I mean, if you want to show a dialogue, it's fine to do something. And what you can do is actually use the noSSR component and show a link to another route styled exactly like the button. So this is basically how we are doing we are creating the dialogue with Melt UI, and with Melt UI you are spreading this trigger on a button, and this is basically what allow Melt UI to open the dialogue with JavaScript. But I mean, again, this doesn't work without JavaScript. So what you do is you wrap everything, like the whole dialogue, inside this noSSR component, so nothing gets rendered until JavaScript is available. And you, as a fallback, you render a link to another route. And I mean, this is uglier probably because obviously look at this beautiful, beautiful dialogue. But at least the user that does not have JavaScript can click and see his content. Obviously, again, you have to be aware of the fact that it's changing a route, so you probably will lose information. But let's say that you just want to signal something to the user without having him lose all of your data in a form, for example. You should not use it like this way, but there are ways around this to make it work. This is just a silly example, obviously. So another important lesson: if you are losing, just change the rules, right? So in this case, I mean, you literally cannot do anything with a dialog. So there's not much you can do unless you change the rule. So you want a dialog? I mean, if you have no JavaScript, you get a link. It's okay. You will end up seeing the content of the dialog anyway. Let's go ahead with another example. And this is a very complex example. It's the most complex example that we have here, but it's also something that I wanted to show you because also showcase how you can fix something very, very easily. So this is a very normal use case, right? You have the layout of Svelte, and inside your layout at the bottom, you have this form to subscribe to your newsletter because your newsletter is awesome, obviously. And I mean, this is shown basically in every page, right? So every page you go, you see this join my newsletter at the bottom. And you can type in and you do paolo.ricciuti at mainmatter.com and you join and you get this alert. Obviously, don't use alert, actually use a normal alert box because alerts are being deprecated. But it's cool, right? From whichever page I'm on, I can actually just subscribe to my very, very good newsletter, right? Now, the reason, the way it works is that we are using enhance, which is a function provided by Svelte itself, that when JavaScript is enabled, basically make this form act as a normal fetch. And in this case, we are sending this information to this subscribe route that we have here. And inside this subscribe route, we have a plus page.server.ts that export an action, a default action, to actually do your subscription. You store the email in the database, you probably sell it to some hacker, I don't know. And what you can do with use enhance, you can pass a function, and this function will run before the before the form actually gets submitted, and you can return a function, and this will be run when the action finish. So at the end of the action, you get a result.type, which might be success if the user actually has successfully submitted, or if you throw an error here, you will get a type of error. But what we can do is that if type is success, you show the alert subscribed, and you can call this update function to reset the form, to clear the input, to update the store, etc. This obviously has a problem because it doesn't work with JavaScript. And the reason why it doesn't work is because this is a very single bit of functionality that differ if you use enhance. And this was made specifically for this very use case, because by default, the form in Java, in HTML, if you are pointing to this subscribe page, when you submit, it will actually try to navigate to subscribe. So if I do paolo.ricciuti at mainmatter.com and I submit, I will get a 500 error. Why is that? I mean, in this case, the action actually runs fine, but when there's no JavaScript enabled, so this doesn't kick in, what happens is that the browser is actually navigating to /subscribe. And in this case, we don't have a page. So how do we fix this? We just add a subscribe plus page.svelte. Thank you for subscribing. And now when I click paolo.ricciuti at mainmatter.com, I join. Thanks for subscribing. So progressive enhancement is an art in itself. So there's no pre-made solution. So go ahead, experiment, mess around, stay angry and stay foolish. I mean, no. Find a way to get your content to your users. But most importantly, thanks for watching.
Hi. We're
Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back yourself. That was great. I learned a lot. I
That
love
was
progressive
wonderful.
enhancement.
Yes, I think I'm going to rewatch that one several times and learn lots
Yeah.
of things.
Yeah, and it's deceptively simple sometimes, especially with that no SSR component wrapper thing. That
Yeah,
looked really
absolutely.
nice. I remember trying to figure out a way of doing this generally for like using actions, because I'm high on actions sometimes. So basically what I did, I was using an action to replace the fallback element. So basically manually mount the Svelte component on top of the select in a select example. Maybe that doesn't
That
make
sounds
sense to anyone.
complicated.
Yeah, this is much better.
Yeah.
I really like this a lot more.
Yeah, I think this was a fantastic talk, and progressive enhancement is something we should all be doing that we probably all don't think about. And there's some great discussions going on in the Discord too. Like, go check those out, and think about all those use cases for your users. And they're difficult, but they really you should think about all of those things.
Yep. Next talk. I think it's your turn.
Yeah, it's my turn again. Okay, this time we have Enrico Sacchetti. I really hope I said that right, because I do get to talk with Enrico sometimes. I was on This Week in Svelte a couple of weeks ago, and so Enrico is a Svelte ambassador and big contributor in the Svelte community. This year he started This Week in Svelte, where he recaps everything that's been going on this week in Svelte, and he contributes to Carbon Component Svelte. He's a design systems enthusiast, gives accessibility tips, and he's going to be giving a talk on accessibility tips with Svelte solutions. So let's hear what Enrico has to say.
All right.
You wouldn't mock your friends for ordering mild nachos. You wouldn't watch anime without subs. You wouldn't take the stairs just to flex on those choosing an elevator. So why not ship accessible websites? Thanks for stopping by at Accessibility Tips with Svelte Solutions. My name is Enrico Sacchetti. Hello. I am Marketing DevOps at Fortinet, or a full-stack developer, and I'm co-host of the Discord and YouTube show This Week in Svelte. Pleased to meet you. I have been a software developer for about 9 years, and 3 years of that was spent in design systems. Lately, I've been an advocate for accessible digital experiences. Fun fact about me is whenever I watch something, I always use subtitles, whenever possible. So, welcome to the talk, and this talk is for you if you are involved in digital experiences, or you want to get better at coding accessible interactions. Or you are a solo developer with lots of autonomy and control over your freelance or client work. Could this be you? Could this be me? Could this be everyone? Let's see. Here's the problem at hand. According to this project, webaim.org/project/million, they have scanned the top million front pages of the internet, and in 2023, 96.3% of those pages all have had WCAG 2 violations. And in a few moments, we'll talk about what WCAG is. But among those violations include low contrast text, missing alternative text, empty links, missing form labels, empty buttons, and missing document language. Most of these, as you might imagine, are very solvable and highly preventable. Let's take a look at some of these violations highlighted by Svelte. I'll just zoom right into that. The first example gives you a yellow squiggly when missing an alternative text for an image. All images should have alt text. And the second one is empty links. All hyperlinks should contain some content. And lastly, missing form label. These are some of the squigglies that are provided by Svelte and the Svelte language server, which is great because through static analysis, we can cover some of those common violations. But what is the ideal solution? In my opinion, it involves more policy and compliance laws worldwide, more executive-level directives to ship accessible digital experiences, more education for designers, developers, and everyone else involved, and better accessibility tooling. The tooling out there is pretty nice, but there's always room for improvement. Here are examples of some compliance laws. In the United States of America, there's the Americans with Disabilities Act. In the European Union, we have the EU Web Accessibility Directive. And in Canada, where I live, we have ACA, and in Ontario, AODA. In Germany, we have Equal Opportunity Act, and in Italy, the Stanca Act. But this is just some cherry-picked examples. In several other nations, there are related and similar accessibility initiatives that are bound by law. So how much of this is the developer's responsibility? Well, if you work on a team or within a large organization, it's not all on you, and I'm not here to pin this all on developers. However, as developers, we are the last line of defense before something gets shipped to production. Ideally, accessibility considerations are made before it is even tasked by you, so before designing and before developing. If you are a solo or freelance developer, then most of the power is yours. You can ship accessible experiences and no one will stop you. I mean, not really, right? Here's a disclaimer. Our tools alone cannot solve the world's digital accessibility problems. That includes testing tooling and Svelte itself. Nor can developers, part of a larger team, solve this on their own. Organization directors and executives need to make accessibility their mission. As promised, let's go over WCAG, the Web Contents Accessibility Guidelines. These are freely available and provided by the W3C, and I just want to cover 4 key principles: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Starting with perceivable. Information and interfaces must be presented in ways users can perceive through all senses. Sight, touch, smell, okay, maybe not smell, but in a way that the user interacts, such as via their eyes or the way a screen reader reads them out loud to them. Operable. Interactions must be set up in a way that the user can perform with their interfaces, such as a mouse, or a keyboard, or a touch device like a cell phone, or a ticker tool, which is like a 2-button interface. Understandable. All content presented can be interpreted at the user's level. This includes the vocabulary level, so that it's understandable to a wide audience, and also information architecture, so the information someone's trying to find can be easily understood. And lastly, robust. Content can be interpreted reliably through a wide variety of user interfaces. So whether you can read the text, or whether something is read out loud to you by a screen reader, it should all be possible. So what role does Svelte play in accessibility? Well, I'm glad to report that Svelte has decided to have a role in this. However, accessibility is everyone's responsibility. Some frameworks that developers use or libraries have documentation, such as, here are some accessibility guidelines we encourage you to adopt, but hardly anyone reads the documentation. Secondly, some of them recommend linting tools, such as ESLint, Plugin, JSX, Ally, which is a numeronym for accessibility. This tool is opt-in, You have to either adopt this tool, having had discovered it first, or you happen to be working at a team already using it. Otherwise, I doubt everyone's going to adopt it. But as for Svelte, Svelte is a compiler, and it can tell you something's wrong before you build. This is great, but can Svelte find every accessibility flaw? No, only the ones related to HTML faux pas. It cannot detect low color contrast, relevant focus management, error message placement such as within form inputs, animations that aren't subdued with prefers reduced motion, color blindness cases, non-underlined hyperlinks with bodies of content, and so much more. This is barely scratching the surface. But could you imagine if Svelte could detect those things? Of course, it would have to run a browser or something, but one can dream. So what can Svelte detect? Svelte uses static analysis. It looks at your file's code and it reads the code as is. And at the time of this recording, through static analysis, Svelte provides up to 28 warnings. And rather than go through all of them, let's go through some common ones and I'll provide a checklist for you. Okay, it's time to activate some warnings. Let's start with this broad category of keyboard interactivity. Take a look at this. Here we have a div with a click handler, and already we have a yellow squiggly. How could we improve this? Ask yourself, can a user focus on interactive elements using tab on their keyboard? Can they activate links using enter on key down? Can they activate buttons using enter on key down or space on key up? There's a distinction. Are there high contrast focus styles such as inverted background or outline? Are items tabbable in a predictable order that flows with the page's content? With these considerations in mind, we can make some improvements. Take a look at this. 17 lines of div. Bear with me. On line 2, we have role equals button. Line 3, tab index equals 0. On 4, we have our original click handler. Line 5, we listen to the enter key on key down. And on line 10, we listen to the space key on key up. And there we go, a button. Wait, a button? Oh, yes, we can just use button. Okay, forget that div. So with a regular button, you have all of that functionality built in. It listens to the enter key. It listens to the spacebar key. It knows it's a button. Screen readers will announce it's a button because a button is a button is a button and always has been. Lovely. And with that, we've prevented 5 out of the 28 warnings provided by Svelte. Click events have key events, no non-interactive tab index, role has required ARIA props, etc. So yeah, you could write a really large div and avoid these warnings, or you can use a button. Next category, forms. Here's a form example with a couple of squigglies. The first one is a label that's underlined, and it's associated with a radio input right below it on line 3. The same exact thing is happening on lines 8 and 9. How do we associate these labels? What do we do? Well, if you need something to be interactive on a page, use a button. If you need a form field to auto-submit, such as a radio items, don't do that, and I'll explain why. Provide a submit button for a regular form, or use buttons that immediately submit. Always include labels for your fields, and don't use the placeholder attribute. Also, don't use the title global attribute. Placeholder is not great because if you're using a text input, it's hard to tell for the user that this text input has already been filled. And for the title, it's usually represented as a very small font, and if you're using a screen magnifier, which many users do use, they might miss it completely. That's essential content that's way off the screen. Here's a labeled example. On line 3, we're using the for attribute for an explicit label. Line 4, the input has an ID of light for a light theme switcher, and line 3, it's using the light for attribute to let the screen reader know that this label is associated with the input on line 4. Line 7 and 8, same thing. We have our dark mode switcher, and it's using the proper explicit labeling. At line 10, we have a form submission button. So rather than the radio buttons listen to a change handler, we can submit the form using a button. That is because radio buttons should not automatically submit forms. They're meant to intake user controls and user information, and then the submit button lets the user be in control of submitting it. However, it's not unreasonable for a theme switcher to immediately toggle light mode and dark mode. So take a look at this improved example, brought to you by Button, my old friend. In SvelteKit, you can have a form on line 1, and on lines 2 and 3, each individual button within a single form can trigger a different form action, hence the form action attribute being used here. And with this, you can have an immediately submittable theme switcher. Great. Button to the rescue once again. And with all that, we've prevented one extra warning. Label has associated control. Now you know. Next category is navigation and screen readers. To go through this example, take a closer look at how to give your users an easier time. Try to indicate the current page with aria current equals page, jump to the main element with a skip link, and make sure your top-level navigation also jumps to main if you're on the current page for that link. Images should have a filled alt attribute and not an empty one. Try not to truncate important information. That's a lot, but we'll go through them right now. To the right, it's time for some live coding. On the right, we have a Safari browser, and on the left is my source code. So starting with these links, I have a couple of links here for the top-level navigation, home and about. And on line 31, I already have an issue. It says here, according to Svelte, the anchor element should have an href attribute. Well, of course it should. So let's add one now. And we're done. No issues, no violations. But we want to go a step further. So I have this already cooked example that I'll bring on here. Take a look at line 26, or starting with 23. I'm using a Svelte feature called @const to define a Boolean, whether or not a certain link in a loop of links is the current page. So if it is the current page, have the href attribute jump to $main. Otherwise, have it linked to the href defined. On line 27, I set aria current conditionally. If current is true, then aria current equals page. Otherwise, it's undefined, and if an attribute is undefined in Svelte, it will not be rendered on the page DOM. On line 37, we have a main element where all the main content is here, and it has an ID of main, which is great because we want to make sure that the hyperlink on line 26 actually links to main. So the server already did hot module reloading, and we have what we need. So we have home and about. If I click on home, nothing obvious happens. You might think it re-navigates to the home page, but if you're using a screen reader, something very important happens. Listen to this. Okay, now that I have macOS VoiceOver enabled, which is designed to work with Safari, we can test these out.
Current page, visited, link, home, list 2 items.
Okay, when I hover the home link, it says current page visited. When I press enter key, this happens.
Try these out. You are currently on a text element.
That was Control-Option-Space, and by doing so, it jumps to the main element and it reads out loud the first paragraph. Pretty nifty. Now let's go to the About page.
VoiceOver off.
Okay, here's our About page. Let's see what violations we can solve here. The first one is About Me, and there's a figure on line 3 and a fig caption on line 7. This issue here is must be an immediate child of figure. Okay, that's very easy. I'm not going to be too offended by this yellow squiggly. I'll just move it on up. And we're done. The page reloads, and now the fig caption is part of the figure, which is also important for screen readers because we want to make sure that when we read the image, we know what the image is about and its associated commentary. Let's open up screen reader once more. Okay. When I navigate to the cat,
Photo by Kanashi on Unsplash figure. You are currently in a figure.
It says I'm currently in a figure. Let's go inside.
Ragdoll cat image.
It highlights the image and it reads the alt text, ragdoll cat. You don't have to say image of a ragdoll cat, just describe the image is good enough. It's always important to describe images because sometimes a user has blurry vision.
Photo by. Link on. Link. Unsplash. End of photo by Kanashi on Unsplash.
And that is the association between figure and fig caption.
VoiceOver off.
Further down here, we have one last example. Buttons. I could like the cat by clicking on this button, but how could I know it's a button without hovering it with my mouse? If you look at it without hovering, it looks like plain text. But if I hover it, it looks like a button. If you're on a cell phone or a touch device, it's impossible to know this is a button. You cannot hover on a touch device. And look at this second button. It's written in Italian, but I can't understand it because it's truncated. So by truncating the text, a screen reader may be able to read that, but a sighted user cannot. This is degraded. How do we fix this? The easiest solution is to remove the bad button class I said here. And now the first one is a button. It's a perceivable button with the affordance that it can be clicked on. If you're on a touch device, you know that's clickable. Of course, we can improve the styles, give it some better focus styles, but by default, it's more than what we had previously. And how about this truncated text? It looks like we're specifying something about this bad button. It's got text overflow ellipses, it's got a max width of 10 characters, and it's got an overflow of hidden. So what if we get rid of the overflow? That's not what we want. What about text overflow? Okay, but it's still cut off. Perhaps the height is not working to our preferences. There we go. Much better. We could make the max width a little bit better. And there we go. That's a reasonable width for a button. And it's okay for a button to be multi-lined. It's also okay for it to not have all of these styles. So let's get rid of those. And there, it looks more like a button already. Colors notwithstanding, the point is you should let your buttons be multi-lined. It's okay to have a multi-line button. Sometimes on a web browser, your users may change their font size from the default 16 pixels to something much greater, like 24 or even 36 pixels. By allowing your buttons to have a variable height, text in other languages or text with increased font size will wrap and still be perceived as buttons. And you don't have to truncate your text, it all just works and it's all very adaptive. This is great. And that's the end of the example. We have the ally image redundant alt, we have invalid attribute, missing attribute, and structure with the figure and fig caption. This is great. So a user with network issues can submit forms, and your theme can be changed, and etc. Well, that was a good talk. I guess we don't have a lot of time to cover the other ones, but at least if you know these many things, then you could expect to make your websites much, much better. Yes? What? Really? Okay. I was just told that you won't be satisfied unless I go through all of the warnings. Okay, why not? You got me. Let's do a lightning round. So I'm going to categorize the remaining 18 or so warnings into 3 broad categories. The first category is you're almost doing the right thing warnings. So the first one is ARIA active descendant has tab index. If you have an active descendant element, such as in a combo box, just be sure to give it a tab index. There you go. If you have ally misplaced scope, the scope attribute is only for the th element. So if you accidentally put it to a parent wrapper, such as a div or a child wrapper, all this does is nudge you in the correct direction and say, please put the scope in the th. Ally incorrect ARIA attribute type. So the ARIA hidden element, the ARIA hidden attribute must be either true or false. It cannot be yes, no, or any other value. So this is more like a linter, and you're already used to this if you're using type checking. Ally missing content. If you have an H1 or something that requires content, this will help you. It'll say, hey, you got to fill in the content, don't forget. Ally unknown ARIA attribute. This is more like a spell checker because you're on your way to write a good attribute, but you may have misspelled something, so the fix is quite simple. Spell it. And ally unknown role. Among the list of roles that are possible, it won't let you mistype or misspell something, such as tooltips plural should be tooltip singular. The next category is you probably shouldn't do that warnings, and these are a bit more aggressive and related to the previous examples, such as ally access key. You may not even know what this is because I didn't know what this is either. Access key is a somewhat obsolete attribute that sets key bindings to something. It's much better to actually use a button and set your own custom key downs. Ally autofocus. So this one is some people debate this one, but I'll tell you that when you use autofocus, it takes away predictability of the web experience. If you want an input or something to be focused immediately when the user lands on the page, then it takes away their control and it takes away their expectations. Because if you have something like a form error, like in my example right here, let them be in control. First, show them the errors when they submit the form. The form submits, it focuses on the error box, and then in the error box, there can be a hyperlink that says, go to first error. And with that hyperlink, the user can be in control and go to the error themselves. Ally positive tab index. So this div here has a positive tab index greater than 0. Div is a contrived example because you should never have a tab index on a div because it's not an interactive element. It's okay though to have a tab index of -1. -1 allows you to focus on an element using JavaScript only, such as element.focus, the function. Ally media has caption. This nudges you into providing transcriptions and subtitles for something like a video or audio file. And here's a 3-in-1. Mouse events have key events. No non-interactive element should not be interactive suddenly. No static element interactions. This was initiated by the example here in red. The div has a mouse over event. If you have a mouse over event, you also need a focus event. But if you have those things on the div, the compiler will say, well, you also need a role. And then we're back to the button example all over again. So once again, just use a button. And the last category is, oops, what was I thinking? Ally aria attributes. On a meta tag, the user can't even see the meta tag. You don't need attributes there. Ally hidden. This H2 has aria hidden equals true. You don't need to hide something that's essential content, like a heading. Ally no redundant roles. This button has a role of button, so that the user knows that when they click on the button tells the user that the button is a button is a button. But they already know it's a button. You don't need to do a redundant role. Ally distracting elements. Don't use marquee. This is not 2004 anymore. Ally misplaced role. So this role does not belong in the meta tag. Nothing really belongs there except SEO. Ally role supports aria props. So this list item here has aria required, but that's not something you can apply to an ally. So just remove it. Most of the time you won't run into these because you'd have to accidentally put it there. And we did it. Plus 18 warnings prevented. And I already read them out to you, so I won't read them again. But we made it here. I hope you're satisfied that we covered all 28 Svelte warnings. But here's my personal wish list. What more could Svelte do with static analysis? Well, for one, it can discourage the use of placeholder. In a text input, placeholder confuses users whether it's filled or not. It doesn't quite replace the semantics of a label, and the hints within the label are proper. If you want to describe how to fill an input, put it all in the label. I hope it can also discourage the title attribute, because the global title attribute is completely invisible on touch devices. If you're on a cell phone and you touch some truncated text, it will not show the title ever. You need a mouse. It's also very small and difficult to read, and often out of frame when you use a screen magnifier. But if you were to remember one thing from this talk, it should be start with the user and work backwards from the problem to find a solution, and constantly test, ideally with your users, or at least using some tools. And with all that said, thank you so much for listening to my talk. If you want to reach out to me, my website is theetrain.ca, or here at Svelte Summit, ping me, the eTrain, on Discord. Thank you so much. Take care.
Hey. Oh, great.
Caught me
That
like
was,
doing the hair flip because I'm like trying to get it behind my head. Like I can't.
well, I mean, you sort of knew it was time, right?
Oh, I did. I knew it
You
was
heard the
coming, and I
music,
still did
yeah.
not get ready. I was
Yeah.
taking a picture of my standing desk. I have other things going on.
Yep. No, that makes sense.
We
That
have
makes
good
sense.
chat going on in Discord right now.
Yep. No, that talk was crammed full of accessibility tips and stuff.
It
and,
was fantastic.
I'm definitely gonna rewatch that at some point.
I know there have been so many good talks today that I feel like I'm gonna have to go back and watch in depth and like pause them and actually do the things that they're talking about.
Yeah. So we're nearing the end here. There's one talk left, but before that talk, I wanted to talk a bit about merchandise. So I have hinted lately that there will be a merch store where you can buy Svelte merchandise. Ooh. And I was hoping that I would have the samples already today, but I don't, unfortunately. So I was thinking maybe I could show the pictures of the stuff that I've decided to order.
It's the next
like the
best thing.
samples. Yep. All right. Let's see if I can do this. Share screen. Entire screen. Yeah. All right. And add to stage. Yeah. So these are the first versions of the merch that I've decided to acquire, and it's a black on black kind of limited sort of thing that lets you wear Svelte stuff out and about without looking like a techie person. Though, as I mentioned to Brittany before, like people that aren't in web dev probably don't know what the Svelte logo means anyway.
I mean, I
right?
kind of like being a nerd, honestly. I don't care. I'll wear this stuff out and about.
Totally. Yeah. I mean,
I do think this is very sleek, though, honestly.
Yeah. So a black on black is kind of, it was suggested to me by one of the Svelte folks here in Stockholm, and I thought it was a great idea. So I thought that could be the first thing, and then of course the regular color would be available as well. So in the near-ish time period, we'll be able to get some kind of clothing if
Are you
if
saying
the
you're
quality
doing,
lives up.
you're doing
Sorry?
the one like we got at Svelte Summit last year?
Yes, yeah. So if you went to Svelte Summit here in Stockholm last year, you hopefully got one of these. Maybe it was not the right size. Sorry about that. But it's the same quality shirt. It's the same brand, so it's organic, very high quality. The logo is embroidered. So yeah,
They're very nice shirts.
yeah,
Very high quality.
yeah. And they like some merch. T-shirts and stuff, you put them in the washer and it's gone, and like the starts peeling and stuff. So yeah. So so we got a question here. Is it black in real life or a greenish tint? It's black. I think I haven't gotten the samples yet, right? So, but I will definitely post about this on Twitter and in the Discord. So
I see like the greenish tint on the image, so maybe it's just coming through from the screen, but it's probably like black when you get it.
Yeah. So that's it about the merch store, and I guess before the talk, no, actually I'll talk about that after the talk. Okay.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers. All right. So this next one, I don't know who he is. I think he made something called Svelte.
This guy has been around maybe like, I don't know, for some time.
I'm very skeptical of this talk. Yeah.
There was something,
All right.
I don't know.
Obviously, it's Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte. We're just screwing around. Here we go.
Rich, I'm from Vercel, and I'm here to talk about Next. Svelte at Next is now available on NPM, and if you're on the latest versions of SvelteKit and Beat plugin Svelte, You can even use it inside an existing SvelteKit project. This is a newly created demo app. I'm installing Svelte at Next into it. It continues to work because everything is backwards compatible, and I can start using runes in my components. Please do not ship this to production. It is not finished yet. This is a beta version that we're making available for people to start trying out so that we can plug any holes before your users start finding bugs. Although honestly, I don't know why I'm saying this. I know you lot, some of you have probably already redeployed your apps. In addition to having a beta version of Svelte 5 on NPM, I'm really happy to say that as of yesterday, the code is open source. Up till now, we've been developing Svelte 5 in a closed source repo, and that was very necessary. We've tried a lot of different ideas as we've been exploring Svelte 5's design, and some of those ideas needed time to gestate. We need to understand them and figure out how to talk about them before they can be exposed to the harsh scrutiny of the wider world. But we're past that phase now, and it's time for Svelte to return to being an open source, community-oriented project. As part of that process, we'll open discussions on the new stuff that's going into Svelte 5 so that you can help us nail the design. So let's talk about the new stuff. We've got a bunch of things to share. I'll begin with an update on runes. If you missed our announcement in September, runes are the new way of declaring reactive state in your Svelte apps. They give you a lot more control and make it much easier to write portable, refactorable code. Under the hood, they're backed by signals, which gives us fine-grained reactivity, and as a result, Svelte 5 is bonkers fast, even in the cases that Svelte 4 struggles with. Since we announced it, I've lost count of the number of times I've heard people say something along the lines of, the app I'm currently building would be so much simpler with runes. I need this yesterday. And honestly, same. I know a few of you are like, I don't get it. And I kind of envy you because you still get to experience the moment where it all clicks for the first time. I'm not going to recap the announcement in full. I'm just going to talk about the things that have changed since then. Firstly, we've decided that rather than compiling every .js and .ts file in your codebase, it's actually much better to keep it to .svelte.js and .svelte.ts files. That's because in the same way that Svelte is essentially a language on top of HTML for describing interactive UIs, runes are a language on top of JavaScript for describing reactivity. We still get all the benefits of building on top of JavaScript and TypeScript, but without risking incompatibility with existing code or future versions of Svelte or even other frameworks that want to implement their own runes. It also means that the compiler has less work to do because it can ignore everything outside those files. We've also added some diagnostics. Let's say I'm creating a reusable counter with runes. I've created a piece of state called count, and you can see it's given me a warning that the count is never updated. The whole point of state is that it changes over time, so if we're not updating it anywhere, that's probably a mistake. Let's fix that by implementing the increment function, and the warning will go away. So we fixed that, but now there's another warning. The state referenced in its own scope will never update. Did you mean to reference it inside a closure? Why is that happening? Well, it's because count here is just a number. All we're doing here is returning an object with a count property whose value is 0, which isn't very useful. If we want to expose the current value so that when we click on this button, the counter updates, then we need a function that returns the current value, like this get property. When we talk about building a language for reactivity, this is the kind of thing we mean. By having things like state be language level concepts, we can really understand the intent of your code and help guide you towards the right outcomes. One of the examples we showed before was this to-do app, where each to-do item is an object with these reactive properties. I honestly think it's pretty cool that you have this level of flexibility and control with runes, but some of you pointed out that this isn't quite up to Svelte's ergonomic standards, especially once Prettier gets its hands on it and all of those neat little one-liners start man-spreading all over your code base. There's actually another good reason why we want to avoid overusing getters and setters on object literals like this, and that's performance. Each of these closures has a memory cost, and for some reason interacting with these properties is slower than interacting with normal properties or calling normal functions. If anyone from V8 is watching this, please fix it. I will bring you homemade baked goods if you fix it. In the meantime, wouldn't it be great if we could solve the performance and the ergonomics in one go? And it turns out we can, using everyone's favorite JavaScript feature, classes. I'm going to write a to-do class, and I'm going to add something that we're calling state fields. One for done, which initializes as false, and one for text. And then I'm going to initialize the value of the text field inside the constructor. Once we have the class, I can replace all of this code with new to-do event.target.value. Get rid of these things, we're no longer using them. And this is way less code, and it's also way more efficient. I know some JavaScripters have an irrational aversion to classes, but I submit to you that this is more readable, more maintainable, more debuggable, just a win all round. Okay, enough about runes. I want to show you another feature that's coming to Svelte 5, but first I'm going to show you some stuff I don't love about Svelte 4. So imagine I'm building a design system, and because of my team's constraints, we need to use a capital B button instead of a lowercase button element directly. It's a pretty common scenario. So I probably need to create a button element inside my button component and pass along any props that were passed in on the component. Now, obviously, the user of this component needs to be able to handle any click events that happen on the button. So we need to forward the event from the element to the component. At the moment, nothing happens. Now, the way that we do that in Svelte 4 is we add this on click directive without specifying a handler. That tells Svelte to just propagate the event up the tree. That syntax is a little bit weird, but it's not self-explanatory what it does, but it works. We can now add onClick equals increment to our component and listen for those events. But what if we want to listen for other events like pointer over? We're out of luck unless we explicitly forward that event too and every other event that someone might want to listen for. And each time we add one of those just-in-case event handlers to the element, there's a cost to doing so. So do we need some sort of syntax for listening to all events that the owner of the component is interested in? Sounds complicated. Another example, let's imagine I'm building some canvas components. Here we have two rectangles. The one on the left is interactive because of these event listeners. Whenever I hover over this rectangle, it changes its color. This little guy on the right is not interactive. It doesn't have any event handlers. How does this work? Well, we have a canvas component with a pointer move listener that iterates over all of the items and calls their onPointerMove function, which is defined inside the rectangle component here. Inside that component, we do some hit detection. We determine whether the pointer is currently within the bounds of this rectangle, and if that changed since the last time, then we dispatch an event. That's cool, but there's some problems with it. The rectangle isn't aware of whether a listener was added or not, so this hit detection is going to happen regardless. And let's talk about dispatch. In order for our component to emit events, we've had to create an event dispatcher when the component is first created, and then each time we call dispatch, under the hood, we're creating an instance of the custom event class and throwing it out into the void just in case someone cares. You can see here in the console that the code is running even when we don't care about the result. The Svelte library uses Svelte internals to find out which listeners are bound so that it can avoid doing that sort of work. And that's not great, which is no criticism of Svelte, but it's definitely a valid criticism of Svelte. So do we need some sort of syntax for knowing which event listeners were added and maybe a dispatch rune for dispatching events without create event dispatcher? Sounds complicated. And there's more problems. It's difficult to add types for event handlers. You can't express whether an event handler is required by the component or if it's optional. And there are these subtle differences between DOM events and component events, like whether or not the event bubbles, that are confusing because we've tried to make them the same thing when they're not. We could solve all of these problems by adding more features and more syntax, but I don't think that's the way. All of these problems stem from a single design flaw. When we initially built Svelte, we had an arbitrary distinction between props and event handlers. I think the reason for that is that back in the day we were influenced by the design of web components, and things like emitting custom event instances felt like a more platform native way to do things. If there's one thing we've learned over the last few years, it's that you should never take your design cues from web components. In fact, you should generally do the opposite. We weren't the only people to do this. Vue also has a rather elaborate event system, and so does Angular, for example. But it's a very flawed design, and we want to move away from it. The question is, to what? It pains me to say this, but React got this mostly right. On a React component, event handlers are just callback props until you put them on an element, at which point they become event listeners. It's not perfect. The camel case thing is weird, especially when you have ambiguous event names like mouse wheel or WebGL context lost, and custom events and custom elements get a little bit tricky. But it solves all the problems that I've just outlined. So in our button, let's remove the colon so that these just become normal props. No camel casing, just the actual event name with an on prefix. Now, a quick digression. If you don't often program directly against the DOM, you might not know that you can add an onClick property to a DOM element and it will become the click event handler. We're basically just doing that, except that we've added some event delegation trickery behind the scenes for the sake of performance. Back inside the component, we can get rid of the onClick because the click handler is now just a prop like everything else, although I can no longer call it because of my pointer over handler. So we've added functionality, and yet we've removed code and we've removed a Svelte concept that you have to learn. Let's update our Canvas app too. Again, we're going to remove these colons, so they're now just regular callback props. And inside the rectangle component, we add those props. We can remove the create event dispatcher. And then in the event handler, we can early exit if those listeners weren't provided. Finally, instead of calling dispatch, we just call the callbacks directly. And you'll see in the console that we're no longer running this code unnecessarily. I'm going to close out this section with a quote from Groucho Marx. I, not events, have the power to make me happy or unhappy today. I can choose which it shall be. There's one more thing I want to show you. Sometimes you have a situation like this, where you want to reuse some markup in different contexts. I want to put this figure inside a link or not inside a link, depending on, well, whether there's a link. Today in Svelte 4, I have two options and they both suck. One, I can just put up with the fact that this code is duplicated here and here, or I can extract this out into a separate figure component, even though it's only used once inside its parent. This has caused a lot of you to ask for a way of declaring inline components. And we tried it. We designed it and implemented it and found that it was really weird and confusing. It becomes really hard to understand things like scope, like does the component definition inherit CSS in JavaScript from the main component, or is it encapsulated? It all just felt very heavy and unnatural. 99% of the time, what you really want is not an inline component with its own lifecycle and all of that stuff. You just want some reusable markup. And so in Svelte 5, we're adding something called snippets. In this component, I'm going to declare a snippet called figure, and it's going to take an image parameter. Inside, I'm just going to copy over all of this markup. Down here, I can get rid of the old markup and use the new render tag to reinsert my figure, and I can replace the other one too. You'll notice that it still has access to the component CSS. I can declare snippets anywhere I like inside my component, and they will only be available to other parts of the template that share the same scope. In other words, they're siblings of those snippets or children of those siblings. In other words, it's just like a function. A wonderful thing about functions in JavaScript, as we saw with callback props a moment ago, is that they're just values and you can pass them around. And this is where snippets get really interesting too, because you can pass them to components as props. Today, of course, in Svelte, we have slots. In my opinion, slots are the single worst thing about Svelte. And I'm going to show you why using an example from our interactive tutorial. Here we have a filterable list component, which we pass some data into. The point of this component is that it doesn't know what shape our data is or how to render it, so we need to pass in some slotted content, which we do here. We have a header element with a slot equals header attribute that tells filterable list that it goes into the header slot, and then everything else down here goes into the default slot. Over on the other side, we have the corresponding slot elements. Now, we didn't invent slot. Again, it was an idea we adopted from web components before we understood the degree to which you should not, under any circumstances, take design inspiration from web components. And it's already pretty weird. Slot isn't actually an element as far as Svelte's concerned. It's an instruction to the compiler, but it looks like an element, so it's hard to see in a sea of markup. Similarly, slot isn't a normal attribute. It has to be statically analyzable. And as you look at this markup, it's really hard to understand that this header will just be rendered once while the row will be rendered multiple times because they look like siblings. And where does this row data come from? Well, we had to invent something called the let directive, which allows the child component to pass data back up to the parent. It looks like it should be visible inside this block of markup here, but of course it isn't because that would make no sense. In short, it's a mess. And I haven't even talked about $$ slots or svelte::fragment. So can we do better with snippets? Let's begin by creating some snippets up here. One for the header and one for the row. We'll move the markup into the snippets and we'll just pass those into the component as props and get rid of the let directive. On the other side, I'll grab those props, header and row, and add some render tags. And everything just works as we'd expect. Of course, it would be nicer if we could put these snippets inside the component. And in fact, we can. Any snippet that's declared directly inside a component becomes a prop on that component. So we can just do that and get rid of these because they're passed through implicitly. And finally, you'll often have some default child content. And in that case, we create a snippet called children, just like props children in some other frameworks. So we'll get rid of our header snippet like that. And then inside filterable list, we'll replace header with children. So we've added two new things, snippets and render tags, that give you a lot more power and flexibility in how you build your components. And in exchange, you no longer need to understand the slot element, the slot attribute, the let directive and slot props, the magic $$ slots global, or svelte::fragment. All of those things still work. You can mix and match slots and snippets, just like your traditional event handlers will still work alongside callback props. But we encourage you to try these new features out and let us know how they work for you. Okay, so that's all for now. It's a lot of change. And I understand that change can be exciting, but it can also be a little scary. If you're one of the people who hasn't yet encountered the problems that Svelte 5 solves, you might be left wondering, is all this worth it? Or maybe even, is Svelte still meant for people like me? And the answer to both of those questions, for me, is an emphatic yes. Svelte has always been about making web development as simple as possible. But sometimes things have the illusion of simplicity. What all of these changes have in common, runes, events, snippets, is that we're shedding conceptual overhead. Svelte is becoming a more flexible framework, a more composable framework, a framework that's easier to reason about from first principles rather than requiring you to know about weird corner cases. Today, Svelte is really smooth and easy until it's not. The work that we're doing today, hopefully with your help and feedback, is going to mean that Svelte is the best way to build any user interface on the web, period. And no, I'm not going to give you a release date.
All right, we're back.
As long as it's not another year, right?
Yeah, I wonder when we'll see the full release. At least
I mean,
they've
they've been going so fast that I don't think it will be. But you don't have to give us a release date, Rich. But you make us wait another year, and we may track you down.
Yep. We will be a crowd of angry Svelte. No.
Now, I do have to say, if you can come up with that better syntax, you get those homemade baked goods a la Rich Harris, gonna hand deliver them to your door. I mean,
quite an
come
offer.
on. I need some better syntax. I hate boilerplate. So, like, if I can get some better syntax there and no classes, come on, people. I was waiting for the class hate in the chat, and everybody was like, I love classes. What are we in 2015 React land again?
Yeah, it's
There's some fun
so
screenshots in the Discord too, if you want to go see those.
yeah, it seems like most people like this. We're having people ask when's the release, and of course, no release date just yet.
I think everyone is super excited. I saw someone saying that they could
Yeah.
literally imagine people jumping out of their seats as they were watching the talk. Like, it is pretty exciting news. This is pretty crazy. And just to think, like, a few months ago, we just got Svelte 4. So it's been a crazy ride.
Yep. They seem to have been working hard and a lot.
Yes, exactly. I can't imagine how much they've been working lately.
Yep. So, fun fact. Have you been on the Svelte Summit website today?
I have.
You have? Yeah. And most people probably have been, right? If you have visited an in-production Svelte 5 website. Woo. I actually converted it late last night, and today I also converted. So basically what I did, I was going to do this live on stream, but it felt like it would be too risky. So I just did it beforehand.
And
But
spoiler alert, like, they actually released alpha like 2 days ago. Spoiler alert after the fact, but like,
yeah.
maybe if you were watching the GitHub, you found out beforehand that this was coming, but
yeah, there were some people on Twitter and on the Discord that caught
they
on
knew
real
ahead of
fast.
time.
Yeah, but
It's sneaky.
they kind of want to spoil it for themselves, I guess.
But I mean, you have to kind of be ready. It's like kind of going both ways. I think they've done it before where they've pushed it like at the talk, and that's risky too. So you got to go both ways.
Yep. Nope. You're right. You're right. But yeah, so I converted it. I just bumped the versions, didn't change any file, and then just deployed it.
That's really cool. So that means it's literally incremental. So you went from Svelte 4 to Svelte 5 and didn't change anything.
Yep. And then earlier today, a couple of hours before the conference started, I actually converted all of the components to runes. So yeah, but I think the reason I can do this is that I mentioned this before. Like most of the stuff that I've done for Svelte Summit is done on the back end, like all the data fetching. As long as you use load and the form actions, it seems to be working really well. And obviously, I'm not using any of the reactive statements and stuff like that. So
okay, so not a lot of the new stuff that might be a little more experimental.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Didn't use any snippets or stuff like that.
That you have either. Like a new Svelte 5 in production application.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the first, other than the ones that were tested prior.
Yeah. I think there was one thing that Simon mentioned. So I use Satori on the backend to generate thumbnails, and I think the way you render stuff programmatically has changed. So you need to apply like a compatibility setting in the settings. Okay. But other than that, it's completely the same. I don't expect most people to be using stuff like that on the manually anyway, like rendering Svelte components.
Yeah.
All right. This was a great Svelte Summit. A lot of fun talks.
It was really good. Like I mentioned before, I think I'm going to be going back and watching several of them over again to actually use.
Sure. Yeah.
And a
I
lot of
think
big announcements too. I think we had 2 brand new things announced. Well, 3 if
Mhm.
we count the swag store. And just to mention something
4
like
if you
oh, sorry.
4 if you count the DevTools stuff. It's
Oh,
also
the
pretty new.
DevTools. Yep, DevTools.
Yeah.
And so 4. And just real quick on the swag store, I did post a thread in the Discord on swag request. If you have something you would like to see on the swag store, there's a swag request. That's a weird phrase. Swag request thread. If you have something you want to see, we're working on mock-ups for that. So post it in there and I'll see if we can get some mock-ups for the store.
Yeah. And with that said, like, thank you to all the speakers. You did a great job. Really high quality talks. And of course, all of the talks will be available on the YouTube channel and on the website as well. So you'll be able to catch them. And I know there are some issues with the resolution with StreamYard. Sometimes it's a bit low.
It's hard with the live and the streaming. So
Yeah.
it will take a little while probably for you to get them uploaded to YouTube. So it won't be immediately, but this video will be available immediately to play back on YouTube. But then to actually have the videos individually on YouTube will take like a week to get those uploaded?
Yeah, something like that. They'll probably come out like two or 3 a week, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, and then of course all the sponsors again, Prismic, Monogram, AppWrite, Main Matter. Thank you so much for sponsoring. And I think that's it. Unless there are any questions in the chat that we should answer.
Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, thank you, speakers. I know it's always so hard to put together those talks, and they were such great quality. Thank you, sponsors. I mean, thank you, everyone.
Yeah. All right.
We had a great time. This is always fun. I love our community. Our community is always so supportive.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see you in spring for Svelte Summit Spring. And of course, we will definitely try to make Svelte Summit Fall happen and be an in-person
Yes,
event.
I want to see people next year.
Yeah, same. It's
All right.
definitely completely different. All right. See you all.
Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next time.